So, how about we go ahead and jump right into it, eh? Unless we'd like to do some shilling first.
Either way.
We can jump in.
I don't mind jumping in.
All right, we'll hop right in. So, by hopping right in, what I actually mean is, would anyone like to tell me about what we did last time?
Goes.
You know what? I'll just do it for you if no one wants to.
Oh, if you make me do it, it's gonna be a time because I'm gonna do it in character. So you don't.
Oh
want
my
me
god!
You
I
don't
kind
want
of
me to
want
do
that.
it.
I kind of do.
That is awesome.
I kind of do. I want to see how Tharos will do this.
I have a sneaking suspicion that our viewers are going to have no idea what happened last time based on this decision.
You know what?
But
I concede.
Let's enable.
all right. It sounds like it's being aimed at Bob, but Bob, if you do this in character and also, if you do this in character, go ahead and tick an inspiration for you.
Yeah.
But let's hear it.
So there I was in that cart, and like it was a really long ride. And Varloon, the Luminous Watcher, seemed a little bit agitated because of the long ride, but eventually we got here, and then there was the dwarf that I really, really wanted to hug, but he wouldn't let me, and he got everybody out of the cart one by one, and made everybody give them the things, and one of them was like a book. And I gave him the charts of how, all the thinky thoughts that pop into my head box, and he really liked it. And then there was one that came out with like it looked like a metal man, a wood man, and he gave it like a riddle. And then we all walked inside, and we went and we walked around, and we talked about the campus, and we talked about all the places, and it was really nice. And then we went into the Hearthy Stone. We went in there, and we went, and they had a cove. I think it's called Cove. I put my bucket on there, but they gave me water, which I really like. And then we saw somebody that's even bigger than me, and that was really nice to see somebody just as big as me. He nice, I like him. And then we went to go look for somebody. I don't know. I was following everybody else. I got to think he thought sometimes. And then we walked inside, and there was dust everywhere, but there was a book. And I didn't like that book. I wanted to give that book a vibe check, but they said the word specter or scepter. I don't know. Words are big. And then I saw this big orange circle think, and I'm like, ooh, I seen them before. I like them. Let's go. And I walked in, and I started wandering around, and there was this guy with an imp. I don't like them. So anyway, he goes outside, and he yells to close the door, and then we walk in, and we go to the garden, and the garden's really nice, and I liked him. And after we went to the garden, them little Durgans, and they is nice, but they likes to play, and I likes to play, so we played a little bit. Yeah. Then we walked back down the hallway, and apparently Camden started walking in that there door, and after that there was thingies inside, and the thingies seemed real excited, and I think that's where we is. I don't know. I got some lots in my brain box.
Go ahead and take your inspiration for this session.
Yeah.
Just as a heads up,
I hope it was as useless as I hoped it was be.
it was exceptionally useless. Thank you. Um, that's what we expected. So I'm not gonna like who am I to get mad for something I asked for?
I got everything I wanted and more.
So
Oh, I could have given above game. I could have given such a better description, but no, you wanted it. I told you I was going to give it in character.
let me type something up real quick.
Yeah.
And also sneeze.
Bless you.
Tight in advance.
Bless.
I can't cast that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got it.
Damn, that's a big sneeze. Must be one of them shotgun, like those like machine gun sneezes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get started then.
Yeah.
As our four adventurers continue their exploration into this extraplanar manor, they found their way to the kitchen with two little creatures falling all over themselves to try and cook, clean, and all around serve for you. See, the one at the front is currently buttering some toast energetically, while the one in the back seems to be sorting through dishes, trying to find an excellent plate to share with their new guests. Just one moment, and I'll have your lunch ready in a jiffy.
Joe is just hanging back, not really, like, with like a very cocked like head expression on the mannequin's head.
Oh, I mean, it's. Well, I appreciate you trying to go out your way and all. You wouldn't by any chance, like, know where exactly in this place we are? Just curious. We couldn't really find out from the friends we encountered in the other room. And Cam will like take a step forward just so that everyone else can actually be able to see into the room.
So the small one immediately in front of you almost immediately hands you the toast that they are buttering. And they said, you are in Lady Festandia's manor. Specifically in the kitchen.
Thanks. Does this toast look like it'll kill me, or does it actually just look like it's gonna be delicious toast?
The butter is starting to melt across it. It's got that square in the center that's spreading out. Looks tasty.
Also, hey Ceegee, how do you spell that name? Festandia, you said?
Yes. I'll.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I thought PH. Okay.
Okay. I too also kind of thought that. All right, well then, Cam will take a small bite of the toast as to not be rude.
Well,
It is hard. It's hard to say that toast is exceptional, but it's not burnt and it tastes good.
Oh.
Excuse you, my cat is exceptional.
Well, not bad. But Vistandia, you said.
Yes,
Is
my
she's-
mistress
go ahead,
has been gone for some time, though. I don't know where she's gotten off to. As I continue to figure out what this accent is I'm giving these little numbnuts.
It's okay. Mine keeps going in and out too. It is perfectly fine. Oh, and so so she hasn't been around for a while. Hey, guys, you wanna come in here and get some of this toast? And is going to again move further in so that they can walk in if they so choose, while also trying to get a idea of what is all in here.
As you enter in, you see it's pretty self-evident what you've got. You have 3 tables and a stove. The stove to your back, as well as a table designed for cutting, a table containing utensils, and on the back, a table containing dishes. The small creature, still working at the back, still trying to find dishes, appears to be stacking a pile together. As you have received your toast, the other little creature has started to make more.
We kind of, happened upon here by accident. You wouldn't,
Correct.
by any chance, know what's behind these doors, or if there's like a main hall that you could direct us to. Takes another bite of toast.
Well, the main hall is right outside. I believe you came in through there.
Wait, that's the main hall.
Yes, it connects all of the various rooms in the manor, at least on the ground floor.
Well, I guess while we're trying to find our way around here, anything we should kind of look out for, we're kind of new. We literally, so to speak, kind of fell into here.
Oh, would you like a guide? Please let me guide you.
A guide around the manor?
Yes. Wait, no, I can't. I have kitchen duties. I'm not allowed to leave. That's right, you're not. Shut up.
I mean, surely if the lady of the manor isn't here, she would perhaps want someone to welcome in guests, make them feel at home, right?
Greatest
Wouldn't
apologies.
hurt for you to give us a tour.
Greatest apologies. I am magically bound to the kitchen.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Oh. Wow.
And here I had an idea of serving the rest of the residents, if there are any. But if you are only bound to this room, then unfortunately that won't be able to work.
As you are meandering and kind of piling into the kitchen, Thalros, you see as coming in from beneath your legs, Cat not scampers in, but kind of saunters in. And you see one of these little creatures kind of goes, "Oh, we have another guest. Get the meat." Right, right. And you see the other one pull out from a cupboard, like, some well-preserved smoked meat and kind of deposits it into a very well-worn kiddie bowl as the cat kind of walks on over and starts getting some of their own lunchtime nutrition.
Smokey, you cannot say you're spoiled anymore.
Sorry, my audio cut out briefly. I heard most of it, but did I miss anything in the last 3 seconds?
Nope.
Okay.
As the cat wanders by, Tharos reaches out and just runs a finger along the side, and hello. And he's going to he has a nifty little ability called Speech of Beast and Leaf.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, they understand what he's trying to say as he talks to them, even though he can't talk to them. So basically, he's just greeting the cat.
Understood. Ordinarily, such a tall figure might cause the cat concern, but as you pet it, as you make your intentions known, it allows you to pet it. And the little creature in the back goes, "Yeah, we're unfortunately, we're relegated to this part of the manor. Mostly cooking, cleaning, feeding the cats. Anything that needs to be done, of course. You need stuff done, right?"
Somewhat. Honestly, we'd prefer to find a way out, so to speak. Like if there's another exit.
Correct. Is there any other way out of this little extra dimensional plane?
The two little creatures just kind of look back to each other and they just kind of shrug. Our masters never really told us about how to leave. Why would they? We're stationed here. We can try and answer your questions about this place as best we can, though. Maybe something will be of interest or relevance?
It actually, it would. The mischievous little, fairy dragons in that other room only said that they had essentially been alone for possibly more than 30 years. They were a bit hard of counting, if that makes sense.
That is correct. It's been about how long our two masters have been away.
2 masters. Who's
Yes.
the second?
The one in front of you, the one that is currently cooking, raises a hand. My master is Fistantia. And the one in the back says, I was made by Feyrot.
Damn it. Almost had it.
So you're telling me that your masters, specifically Lady Fistandia, made this place, and then they left you here for decades, if not more.
That seems about right.
Was there any kind of scuttlebutt around the manor about why they left?
If there was, we were not privy to it. I'm not sure about many places in the manor. We are capable of traveling some distances, but it's more of a mental jaunt than a physical one.
Understood.
If you're interested, there's a planetarium area up on the upper level that I know my mistress would travel to and spend a lot of time there. Perhaps you might find something.
Looks. Joe will look back to Thalros and look back towards these two creatures and say, "Does this planetarium have interesting star patterns in there?"
I would not know.
Perhaps it's something we could investigate.
It's as good a place as any.
Yeah.
One more question before we go, though, if you don't mind. Takes another bite of toast.
Mm-hmm.
Who's in charge of the manor when your masters are away?
Even when they're gone, our masters are still in charge, as the many commands that they have issued would still remain. The manor is quite self-reliant.
Huh. I wonder how they manage that. Well, puts their hands behind their head. Well, guys, if we're all done with toast and greetings, unless there's some places that we should avoid in this manor. You guys ready to go? She she kind of says that aloud, hoping for some sort of answer regarding where not to go.
So the little creature seems to think for a second. I don't know of any places that are strictly off limits. The only command that we were given was we are not to touch or damage any books that have one large letter on it. I'm not quite sure what the point of that is, but yeah.
Large letter?
If you're looking for more information from the creature cam, he just kind of shrugs and looking back at you.
I'll take that as a no. Or rather, unknown. Alright then. He turns to look at the others.
At this
Not all
point-
questions. You guys got anything?
What's in there? And he points at one door, then points in the other door.
The pantry is back here. And the main dining room is to your right. If you would like a larger meal, you can enjoy a wonderful spread upon that table that we can fix for you. That is what you want, yes? Yes? Please say yes.
We'll probably have to take a rain check on that, but if an older gentleman happens to waltz in here with spectacles and a long beard, possibly looking for a group of individuals, can you let him know we went to go check out that planetarium and tell him what you told us?
A command! Oh, absolutely. We will fulfill it to the best of our abilities.
Smirks. I appreciate it. And will, proceed back towards the door that we entered in through.
Does anyone else like to do anything in this room?
There's still toast around, right?
As this discussion has been taking place, the little creature to the left has been handing out toast to each and every one of you, even if you did not ask for it.
Cool. Not be rude, Jill would kind of will reach behind their cask, uncork it, and that little slime hand will kind of come out, envelop the toast, and just kind of drag it back in. And they will kind of essentially pop back to life, look at both of these creatures, and go, "That was tasty. Not too crunchy, and yet not too soft. Lightly buttered."
We are glad to be of service.
Nephian this time has probably just been shoveling toast.
Just nom 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 nom, nom 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 nom, nom 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 nom.
Yes.
They like you a lot, Neffy.
Thalros leans down slowly as everybody is kind of sort of getting ready to head out. Thalros leans down and close to one of the homunculi. Good food takes time to make. Why not make food while we explore? We come back before leave.
The little creature looks to you and goes, "That is an excellent idea." And he looks to the other one. "Put the ham in!"
I want ham. Above game, I want ham.
I do like me some ham.
Some candied ham. Oh.
I like you. I'ma visit more often.
And as the two of them fly on over to the back corner, they dip inside of the back room, and you can hear grunting as they seem to be gathering what you can only assume is the ham that they spoke of.
God, if they're having that much trouble with that, that has to be a 20-pounder at the least.
They are tiny creatures.
I said what
They
I
sound
said.
like they're struggling?
No.
Okay.
They are not actually struggling. It just, someone is exerting themselves a little bit, moving stuff around, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
But is there anything else you all would like to do, or where would you like to go? You've been told where these two rooms go. You can pretty much assume that this is a pantry based on what they're doing. You could check out the dining room, or you could return to the main hall and look at some other doors. There was a staircase in the center.
Cam seems insistent to want to go out, so at the very least, at the moment, Thalros is just happy to follow.
Fair enough.
Same with Joe, but would probably look towards the stairs, especially with the added knowledge of, hey, there's a planetarium somewhere around here, and all that.
Okay.
Does Cam
So
look like
if they-
they are getting ready to leave, or are they staying in the room?
If tell it
Uh-oh. That completely cut out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Hello?
Oh, hey.
Welcome
Sorry.
back.
I went out of Discord and hopped back in to see if that would fix the problem, because my audio's been cutting out since we started.
Rough.
Yeah, we will make the best of it. But to answer your question, Cam is in the hallway with the intent of um exiting that room, not necessarily deciding like whether to check the dining room or the pantry or go upstairs, but mostly just if I stay in that room and if the rest of us stay in that room, they can tell we're only going to get food because the homunculi friends can only answer but so much. So they essentially are making their way like into the hallway and either to go upstairs or check a door once the rest of the party chimes in.
Theros wanders into the hallway after you.
Honestly, same.
The cat from before has made its way to the main hallway and seems to be just kind of like lying in a corner. But other than that, the entrance to the many doors are available to you all.
Alright, guys. So, do we want to go check out that planetarium that we were told about?
It does seem like a point of interest. Hope maybe there's a way to. Maybe there is some form of exit up there.
Second level, right?
Ideally, yes.
Well, then I guess away we go. And
Right.
we'll start making their way up. Slowly, not leaving anyone else behind.
If that's the case, if you all don't mind, I'll move you and make this a little easier. As you make your way up the stairs, up to the second floor. It's a somewhat lightly sparse landing. There is a window on the northern side, and a door to your left, as well as a door to your right.
Huh. I'm moving the map to figure out where I am. Ooh. So many doors.
We're towards like straight up on the. There you go.
Does that window that's in front of us kind of look out into the same purple void?
It does.
Well, is going to take a peek at this door. Should I be alarmed by the door? Can I check it for things?
Check at your leisure.
Was that an investigation or a perception?
Investigation.
Oh boy, do you still hate me, roll 20? Let's find out. Yup, 100% hates me. Nat 1.
That sure be a door.
Man, there's so many of them in this place, they just start to look the same. And if no one stops, well, looks fine, I guess. And we'll start to, like, turn the knob or the lever, etc. for the door.
Okay.
Boop.
The door opens with no issue.
I swear this house is just mostly doors.
It does feel like there's a ridiculous amount of doors.
I have been told manners or mansions like this are very obnoxious. I can see what my master was talking about.
Well then, door do we want to open? Does that, by the way, CG, does that nat 1 carry over to these other doors too?
I would say no. Each door would be a new check if you so chose to check them.
Okay. Well, when we have picked a door, I will check it. I can probably visibly check the one across from me, but if we decide to go look at the right one, I'll go move closer to it.
Okay. You have 2 doors, one to your south, and one to the east.
If no one has any strong opinions, south door, do a check.
South works for me.
Oakley dokley. That's a 10.
You don't see anything trap related. The door appears to be unlocked.
Right.
At this juncture, why don't you go ahead and make me an intelligence check? Just flat.
Okay. Bring that back up. Wow!
Alright, never mind.
I am very dumb.
You were having the day that I was having on Tuesday. Proceed.
I am having the, continued day that I had last week.
While Cam is sitting there and poring over this particular door to the south, Tharos is just going to open the door to the west and just walk in.
Okay. Tharos, you enter into what appears to be a comparatively sparse bedchamber. It's nice, but it's not exactly affluent or robust.
It's a bedroom. He says to the rest of the hallway as he just walks inside.
What's a bed for? Oh.
You look in the direction where Thalros was, and there's just an empty space where Thalros was with a Thalros outline and an open door.
It's currently blinking at you, the outline.
Oh, God damn it. And Cam just goes towards this door, this, I guess, western door, eastern door to find him.
Yeah, may as well.
Valros, friend, we have to check the doors before we can open them just in case.
Why?
You know, well, with how this place has been possibly built, we don't know if there are traps, magical or otherwise.
Hey, Ceegee.
Mm-hmm.
Would Magnificent Mansion have been covered in, overall talks about, Arcana and whatnot? Or would a master just looked at it and went, that's just cheating?
Your master would probably have gone and looked at it, at the spell, and would have gone, why make it when I can just get it for real? And just not pay too much attention to it. So I would say that Jell is not very aware of the spell as is.
Good deal.
This is that fisty house, right?
Yes.
Why put trap in own house?
Well, a lot of people, as well as other species actually do guard their homes through various traps or elaborate catching mechanisms to protect their home and their young.
Hmm.
Also, sometimes there are things that people don't want others to find. So, for instance, think of it this way, friend. We had to essentially find this in a book.
Yeah.
It wasn't meant to be found easily.
That does pose a question of if if we didn't follow. Excuse me, I gotta find the name here. If we didn't follow Matreus here and found our way in, who's to say that they didn't? Oh, they didn't want people to come in. Perhaps that they were trying to look for people to, I don't know, gawk at the wallpapers.
That's a fair point. They might wanted visitors, and perhaps maybe they wanted visitors who were worthy or keen enough. So, like, maybe figuring out the word for to get into here was passage enough.
That is a good assumption.
In attempt number 2, just gonna roll on over to this door and inspect the door.
This door isn't really like a wooden door like the others. It is more like a screen door. You can see on the outside. I'll just open it for ease. What appears to be a balcony. Standing over the garden that you were in below.
Blinks a little bit, briefly considering if the fairy dragons can fly to the balcony. Considers going out. Walks away from the door.
Looks at your wide-eyed expression, curious about what happened. Just looks right out. Oh. Suddenly I feel very small. Not the first time.
It's a beautiful view, but I think our mischievous friends might still be able to fly their way up here, and I'd rather not find out.
Well, perhaps a quandary about that. If the homunculi were... Well, I don't know that they're homunculi. If the other creatures were bound to the kitchens, who's to say that those dragon creatures weren't bound to the greenery?
Stops a moment. Huh. That is a fair point.
Although, to your point, closes the door.
Alright. I mean, was there anything in this room of, like, import or note that, like, stood out?
No one looked.
Well, they've been
You know, that's a
talking.
fair
I would have
question.
been looking.
What's your passive perception?
My passive perception is a 16.
Most everything in the room seems to be just like what you might expect from a traditional bedroom. You've got a vanity to the right of the bed. You see that there's like a bucket of water for freshening up, a chair for reading, and you notice next to the chair is in fact a large book. It seems out of place though.
Does that book have one of the aforementioned big ol' single letters on it?
I don't know. Thalros, do you go pick up the book?
Oh, absolutely. While they're sitting there having the conversation about the fairy dragon, Tharos just wanders behind everybody, picks up the book, looks it over, holds it by the cover, dangling the book open, and basically investigating it.
No need for an investigation check, as what you find is extremely evident. What you see is a book with the letter E on it. As you go to flip through the book, all of the pages are blank.
Are all of us able to see him doing this now, or no?
I'm gonna say, Neffy probably could. The other two are in a conversation until Thalros makes mention that he found something.
Understood. I cannot save us.
That book don't work. Don't have words.
At this point, the two of you would notice.
What? Oh, no. Thalros, friend, please be careful with that book. I believe that's one of the books that our kind chefs told us we are not to necessarily touch, and to be careful not to destroy it.
It don't work. Here. And here, holding one of the ends of the book with an index finger and a thumb, just looking over it, giving it a little wiggle waggle, he just hands it over to Cam.
Okay. So, just to make sure I understood the homunculi correctly, they said that there are books that have big, large single letters on them and we are not supposed to touch them? Or was it that we just have to be careful not to destroy them?
Don't destroy them.
Okay. Huh.
And what was the letter on this book one more time?
E. I've put it in roll 20 for your convenience.
Thank you.
E.
So if we're not supposed to destroy these, maybe we're supposed to collect them? And looking through, there's nothing written on the pages, right?
A
Just
big
blank.
fat book with a big fat nothing in it. This thing is like the size of a traditional phone book.
Jesus.
If we do find them all, perhaps they will have some form of message?
Perhaps. How about we make note of this? Leave it here in case all of these rooms have things that keep them bound in their place. And just try to keep track of where we found it. If they're all gonna be the size that this one is, we probably won't be able to carry them all.
So the
Perhaps
letter
we
on
can-
the back of them is the part we want?
It's the part that we want to try to remember, because we can't just take the book cover off, you know, because that would be destroying it. So we want to try to remember maybe the letters that we have found. And right now, we have found a book that has E on it.
Okie doke.
If we find more books in other rooms, let's note the letters. Thou wrote. Oh.
Away we go.
Guys, we should hurry. We should hurry.
I will say this: he does make this exciting.
That he does, friend. That he does. Alright, I kind of mucked about with that southern door, so... Well!
Oh, there we go.
My man cannot be stopped. Cannot be
I'm
reasoned
not.
with.
I'm not stopping him. I'm going to enable this.
Thalros,
Yes.
you seem to find yourself in some sort of not so much a study, but a trophy room. There seems to be a lot of what is it? Taxidermied heads across the many walls of this place,
Mm-hmm.
as well as a couple seats for sitting.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fire at the south end with a deer head above the mantle.
I walk in and I'm just looking around. Thalros is. He understands the nature of hunting, but he doesn't exactly like the fact that creatures are just put on display like this, if that makes sense. But he's giving a look around the room slowly as he's walking, arms behind his back, almost as though in thought. Even though we all know that there's no thoughts in that boy's head.
Head empty, only light.
Perhaps.
Hmm.
So while he's looking around, are there anything like particularly of interest? Any more of like? Given that we're looking for books, he's looking to see if there are any like books apparent, or if there's anything particularly of interest apart from like the deer head and the fire.
Well, you see the many different, in addition to the many different heads of which you are unsure what they come from, but certainly not all of them seem to come from animals.
Mm-hmm.
You do spot another big book over here. Cannot see a letter on it though.
Mm-hmm.
It is currently. I almost said face down, but only one of the covers is showing up, so it might not be. It might be what you're looking for. You just can't see what it is.
And where is it?
It is currently in the southeast seat, just kind of sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
So, right there.
Yes. Oh. Right here. Yes.
Then Thalros is just going to walk over and he's going to thump down into the seat, lean back a little bit, and he's going to look at the book.
Mm-hmm. You are currently sitting on the book.
Hmm. It's going to take him a good 20 seconds to realize he's sitting there as he can't find the book. Then he's going to proceed to stand up, look at the book, and he's going to pick up the book and look for the covers.
So as you go to pick up the book, you flip it around and you see that it does appear to be one of these books that you're interested, as there is a giant Y on the cover. There is, much like the previous book, there is nothing in the pages. Hey, Cam. Cam?
Sorry, I was unmuting. Yes.
Does a 22 hit you?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay. Let me bring up the stat block.
Oh, fuck. I want to believe I got hit by an arrow because Thalros sat on it.
Let's see. I have to find. Here we are. Not quite an arrow. Let's go ahead and pause this music. So the moment that Thalros uh picks up the book, you see as the crest over one of the heads, consisting of a sword across a shield, you see the sword fly out of its scabbard and immediately attack Cam. So you are going to take 7 slashing as this animated sword and another across the way animates, and I think it's time to get some combat going.
Oh boy.
Damn.
I have already rolled for them, and you have thankfully rolled for me. So all we need is some music, and then Cam, it's going to be your turn.
Oh boy.
So you're up first.
Alright, so definitely not keen on that. The one closest to me, I'm gonna try to hit it if I can with my using an action. I'm gonna try to just hit it with my dagger to see what happens. So let's check something first. Alrighty, rolling to hit. Hopefully, if it lets me, if it likes me. 16?
16 unfortunately will not hit, as it definitely moves out of the way, riposting your blade as you go for it.
Oh, well, fuck. I don't appreciate that much. And after that, we'll move using some of my movement. Measuring. Yeah, I could do that. Just in case, is going to move over next to Thalros. And with the free action, if I can, Thalros, we do not want that to get hit, want the book to get hit by these. And we'll, like, if I can, hold out a hand, but I know I can't receive it at that time.
The blade is going to take an attack of opportunity on you, but it rolls a 9. It's not going to hit.
This makes sense. This is fun. And that's what I will do for now.
Gel, it's your turn.
Man. Here I am without a lot of attacking. Okay.
Oh, this has an ending. I'll note that for later.
Apologies, I gotta make sure I grab something. Okay, so I have to go there. Okay. I figured it out.
Okay.
So centering in the center here. from Gel's hand, the wrist of the mannequin will just kind of like pop out as the gelatinous form of Gel will kind of shoot out, encompass everything in a 10-foot radius sphere. As Gel is going to cast Withering Goo, or Wither and
Ooh.
Bloom.
I like it. Okay. So, if I remember the spell correctly, the swords need to make a con save while everyone else gets a benefit. I'll make the con save if you would like to explain the benefit.
So the con save, or if they fail, they take 2d6 necrotic. And since Cam is inside of that, Cam can roll one unspent hit die and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll, plus my spellcasting modifier, which is 4.
Ooh, I'm sorry, was that 3 or 4?
Plus 4.
Plus 4, so... Ooh. So I get to roll a d4 plus 4. Yay, I get 8 back, thank you!
Nice. So as far as the swords go, one passes, one fails. So they're going to take 10 and 5 necrotic respectively.
Yeet. And that is my action.
For context, this one failed, or this one passed, this one failed.
Okay. I can't really do much with my bonus action, so I will have to pass and hope they hit me.
Okay.
Oh wait. Oh
Yes.
nope, that's an action to cast. I can't do that.
Yoki. It's now the animated sword's turn, and they don't have intelligence. They're gonna swing at the first thing that can hit. Neffy. Does a 10 hit you, Neffy?
No.
Did not think so. Gel.
Yeah.
How about a 13?
13. I think will hit. Yeah, 13 will hit.
Okay, 13 will hit. You take 5 slashing.
Okay. Oh, I can only do that if it's starting with its turn in there. Okay.
Okay. Valros, it's your turn.
Valros looks a little bit confused at everything going on. However, as he's clutching the book in both hands, Valoon the Luminous Watcher looks a bit nettled. It proceeds to open its mouth at one of these creatures. As forming from within its mouth, it begins to almost charge up some kind of a ball of light as it fires at the one that was, as it fires at this one over here that had passed the previous save. As it casts, as Varloon the Luminous Watcher casts Guiding Bolt with an 18 to hit.
On this one, you said?
Correct, on the one that made the save last time.
Okay. An 18 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
That is 10 points of radiant damage.
And I believe it is now glowing, yes?
It is indeed glowing.
Very well.
I will then act as a bonus action. Varloon's entire body will begin to glow even more than it previously did, as the constellations along its form become much more noticeable. Additionally, this same effect then begins to spread to Thalros, as Thalros takes on the starry form, Archer. And using the bonus action, Thalros will use a starry shot on the exact same sword. This time, since it's glowing, he will be firing it at advantage. 24 to hit, 5 radiant damage.
5 is enough to knock this sword onto the floor, where the magic animating it seems to no longer take effect.
That is the end of Tharos and Varloon, the Luminous Watcher's turn.
Okay. Neffy, you just got ambushed by a sword what thinks it has business with you. How do you respond?
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Casting spells within close range, am I at disadvantage?
Is the spell exclusively a ranged attack? Why don't you tell me what spell you were thinking of and I can answer for you?
Sorceress Burst. It is arranged, so I would.
Is it a save or is it a 2-hit?
It's a ranged attack roll, so
That would have disadvantage on something immediately in front of you.
I'll just cast Firebolt.
Okay, Firebolt will also have disadvantage.
Oh, shoot. Almost all my stuff is, well... How about Poison Spray?
That is a save. So do you wish to cast your poison upon this this floating sword?
Yes.
Okay. As you go to cast the poison in the direction of the sword, not needing to breathe and being an inanimate object, is immune to poison.
I'm pretty much useless here, so...
Never mind. Is that your turn?
Yes, that is my turn.
Top of the round, Cam.
Okay, so since we only have the one sword left, I will move up to here if I'm not blocked in any way. And that should have been... Alright, 10 feet of movement. And since Neffy's on the other side, does this mean kinda sorta flanking?
Yes, you have advantage.
Yippee! Then in that case, we'll use my action to attack with my dagger again.
Advantage. 17.
17. Yeah!
17 is its AC, so that does hit.
Woohoo! Alright, so then the damage. 7 piercing. Deal extra 1d6 to one creature you hit. If you have advantage on the roll. So then I also can roll the 1d6, right? For the sneak attack damage?
You can. I thought you had 2d6 point.
I
can
might
roll
have
some.
2d6 now, because I'm level 3. The extra damage increases as you gain rogue level. So, yeah, if it's 3rd level, then potentially, let me double check. I should have that in front of me.
I am also consulting the tomes.
Yeah, level 3 is 2d6.
There you go.
Okay, so then... Sorry, just trying to bring up the dice side. There we go. 9 damage.
Alright, for a total of 16.
Mm-hmm.
And yes?
Oh, just had a quick question. How would offhand strikes work?
Why don't we worry about that another time? As
Cool.
the sneak attack, you are able to come on over the sword with your dagger, pull it to the ground, and it doesn't seem to get back up again as the magic's animating it dissipates. As combat is over.
What? What the hell caused that?
I assume some form of triggering mechanism when the book was picked up.
But if our chef friends are to be believed, they only said that we couldn't destroy it. It didn't say anything about not touching it.
Maybe you got too close. I walked on the other side. I walked down the middle of the room. They popped up on both sides.
Fair
Hey,
point.
Ceegee.
Yes.
The homunculi did say don't touch or destroy the books, right?
No, they only said do not destroy. Touching
Gotcha.
is fair game.
But I guess on that note, they didn't say that touching it wouldn't make something happen or not happen.
Yeah. Jill will kind of look out. Is anybody gravely injured?
I had taken a decent hit, but thanks to your quick thinking, I'm back up on my feet. Thank you
It
for
was-
that.
Well, as my master says, two birds are definitely better to be hit with one stone.
Now that the swords are on the ground, CG, are we able to see anything on them, like markings, etchings, specific symbols?
Appear to be just standard long swords.
Okay.
Tharos
Tharos.
puts the book down, and Cam, while you're about to talk to him, he's wandering over. He picks up the swords, and then he puts them back into the sheath where they were before. So messy.
There's a brief inhale and tenseness as Cam is not sure if these things are going to wind back up again. Tharos, is the book still in good condition?
Yeah.
What was the letter on it?
Why?
Oh, well, because the other book had a letter on it, and I was wondering if this one had one.
Oh. Why?
So, because can I see the book really quick, Tharos?
Yeah. Over there.
We'll walk over to go look at the book that is on the chair without touching it.
The book is left as it was, with a big old Y on the front.
Oh. I feel foolish. Noted. And we'll walk back over. I see what you mean.
What?
So, yeah, the letter Y is on this book, guys. So we have a Y and an E. I'm so glad I could do that.
Nothing else appears to be notable in this room that wasn't already discovered, other than the one book. So,
Onward.
what all do you want to do now?
Well, I've had enough of getting attacked.
Perhaps a bit more caution. Oh, there he goes.
Tharos! Tharos, come...
Might need a leash for him, despite how inhumane those can be.
Just under their breath. More like we might need a bell.
Perhaps allow me to check the door for you. May I investigate?
Sure.
The okie dokie. This will be fine. 19.
Perfectly ordinary and fine door. No traps, no locks.
Opens it up. Takes a step back and makes a gesture towards the group. After you.
Are any of you surprised?
That's why they were like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to back down.
I'm not surprised at all. In character, Cam is more just like, we just had a above. Nope, this is exactly what I expected.
Entering into this room, you see many glass canisters and jars, many books aligned on shelving on the front and back, notes sprawled across the two tables that flank you as you enter. You also notice a map of the night sky kind of plastered on the wall.
Which wall?
The north. We know what piqued Thalros' interest. What's everyone else up to?
While the lad is distracted, there's this big old book on the table.
Mm-hmm.
What's on the book? Ooh, too much
Well, the
book.
big open book seems to be detailing results of what appears to be summoning, like summoning experiments. It's not the only book on the table, but it is the only one that is open.
What other books are on the table?
Roll me an investigation.
Okay. Please let me do a good. I'm just not gonna investigate shit.
Don't worry, you
That's
just
a
had.
6.
Don't worry, you just had to not nat one. As you go through a couple of the books on the table, you eventually come across one that is big, fat, and has a single letter on it.
Oh, and what is this single letter?
It is in roll 20.
Ah,
T.
noted. Oh,
You said this.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My apologies. You
No,
said this
fine.
room was a bunch of glass canisters. Like, would it just be like a what kind of room would you say this is? Like at this, some form of like I don't know, liquor cabinet or something.
This would be looks like some sort of laboratory.
All right.
Oops, sorry. Oh, well, found another one over here, guys. The letter T is on this one. Not gonna pick it up, though. Is there anything in this... actually, let me think on that question. I'll come back to it, sorry. Is there anything in this room that one might be able to correlate some sort of connection between, like, the room that we are finding the books in and the letters that are on the book?
Roll me an intelligence. A lot of eyes today being rolled.
Apparently Cam is not smart.
19.
19?
You spend a little time to think, with a really nice roll, I might add. You spend a little time to think about the books, the letters, perhaps if there's some correlation, and you cannot think of any. You come to the conclusion that the books and the letters and the rooms that they are in don't seem to have any real correlation.
Mm.
The fact that T is in here in the laboratory does not seem to signify anything.
Okay. Good to know.
That was a very clever thought.
Thank you. Was beginning to wonder. Making a note of the letter, gonna go walk towards Varos, but please continue.
Jel, Neffy, what are you up to?
Mostly just trying to see what kind of lab this is. Like, what would they be, like, researching?
Yeah, Neffy would be peering at the things on the tables and stuff.
So you notice the tables. I'm going to go ahead and why don't you go ahead and roll me? I'll allow investigation or perception of your choice.
I am
Both of
better
you.
at perception. Damn it. 15.
6!
Neffy, you comb through a couple of the flasks on the table, and nothing really jumps out at you, other than the notes that you can't really make heads or tails of. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what was being researched here.
Neffy just has a strange urge to lick it.
It
The
helped.
old Flit special.
The Flit special. Jel, as you look across, you see a myriad of different studies on the tables. You notice like chemistry, astronomy, astrology, physiology, philosophy, summoning, or evocation, a vast array of subjects. It seems like the South Table was most recently involved in some sort of summoning experiments. You're not sure about the North Table, but given what Tharos is looking at right now, most of the astrology and astronomy books seem to be over there. You could probably guess that was a focus of theirs.
Okay. Like, they're just kind of, like, just closely examining everything, like, kind of bending the mannequin down to where they are, like, very close to, like, like any kind of vials or notes or anything, and just peering into it. Almost like a kid at a aquarium, and their face is, like, an inch away from the glass.
Mm-hmm.
They're just, like, staring at it, not really saying anything.
The flasks seem to be relatively empty, but you do notice that a few of them have names, like labels on them. You see... Hold on, what do you see? You see one that says Flying Snake. You see one that says Sprite. You see one that says Imp. You see one that says Quasit. You also see one that says Pseudo Dragon. And you see one that says Owl. each of these bottles seems to be of an appropriate size for the creatures that would fit there, but they seem unoccupied.
Perhaps this is where they made those Wait, I went. The term homunculi was thrown around, right?
Nope.
I'm not making this up. Okay. All right. I just didn't want to metagame.
Understood.
Very similar to what we found downstairs, but not quite. Looking towards the pseudo dragon bits.
Neffy just likes the shiny things on the table.
While walking towards Thalros to see what he has found in the stars, did I pass any books on the table that might be similar to what I was looking for personally?
No, unfortunately. You don't recognize any of the books here.
Okay. Well, friend, what have you found here?
What have I found here, Ceegee? I have been basically, while everybody's been investigating the room, I have been poring over this. I've been poring over this and looking over everything, investigating everything, and even comparing it to my own.
What you have found is a star map. And I'm not even going to make you roll given your interest. The star map is one that you sort of recognize. It's a traditional night sky as taken an image on one of the peaks along the Sword Coast. However, you do notice that there are 5 stars in the 2 in the northwest, 1 in the south, dead south, and 2 in the on the east that are replaced not with stars but with what appear to be silver suns.
Are they components of constellations, or are they by themselves?
They appear to actually be by themselves. You can detect no constellation made up of these 5 stars.
He points out, as Cam wanders over, he points out the five suns. These are different than normal. No constellations. Almost like these are special.
When you say special, do you mean special as in perhaps made?
Comparing to the charts that I have for as long as I've been traveling in this area, am I able to find these particular suns on my map, but they're just stars on my map, or are they not on my maps?
Why don't you go ahead and roll me a we'll just say this is a straight wisdom, and I'll give you advantage as this is your area of expertise.
23.
Hey.
You compare to your maps. These stars most certainly are in the correct spot. They are just normal stars on your maps, though. So whatever this map is making them to be, silver suns, maybe there's a reason why, you're not sure.
Mm-hmm. He shows his charts to Cam, and he points out each one and shows the correlation between the two, that he has them, but they're not special on his. They're not connected to any kind of constellation. They're not abnormally large or abnormally bright, but for some reason they're marked on this map as marked differently.
That's interesting. Maybe these two suns here hold a different significance than the two stars in their place on your map or chart. It's possible.
Maybe they mean something important to these folk.
That's what I'm thinking.
But there's 5 of them.
Hmm.
2 there, and 1 there.
Do I see any blank paper around here and maybe a quill that isn't the book that had the letter on it?
There's plenty to find. You can scrounge one up, no problem.
Gonna take some extra blank pages because can always use more paper. However much I'll be allowed to carry within reason, but I'm going to take some of that paper and the like a quill and hand it to Tharos. Well, friend, why don't you jot it down? Gives you something to reference when we get back, in case we, can't take these with us.
This is basically largely a copy of a similar copy to what I already have, correct?
You already have this chart.
Ah, that exact one. Okay. I thought it was like visibly very, very different to what he had, where the suns were in appearance different than the stars that were on his.
The only difference between mine and this one is that this one 5 stars are made into silver suns, whereas on my charts they're just normal stars.
Okay. Well, then in that case, you wanna make note of that on your own chart? I don't know if the charts are significant in any way as far as if you want to mess yours up at all. And we'll hold out the paper and quill to you just in case.
He'll take them. Yeah. I'm gonna make note of it just in case. In case my Finky box is different.
Alright. As you are writing this down, there is another door on the other side of this laboratory. If anyone is interested in it, or if you would like to go back downstairs.
I'm in favor of doing an explore of this door. Can inspect for traps first, please?
Alright.
I'm busy writing things down, so you have time. You figure out the formula, distract Tharos, and check the doors.
Anyone opposed to me checking?
Nope.
I was honestly waiting on what River wanted to do.
Okay, I pressed a button. Ah, it's back to normal, I see. That's a 6.
So, hey
Should just
Zach,
change your color.
Yes?
if you switch it to like toggle advantage, you know, if you roll 1 die, it could give you the possibility. The chances of you rolling low would lessen.
Oh, I didn't even know I could do that. I've just left it the way it was the whole time. Teach me your ways!
I'll send you a screenshot later.
Thank you. I appreciate you. But yes, it was a 6.
Understood. No traps, no lock.
Okay.
I also think I heard Nevi say something.
Yeah, I said I'm not of a particular mindset.
Okay, understood.
So then, yeah, gonna click on the door.
Okay. We'll get to clicking. Inside of the next room, if you'll permit me, I'll just put you on over here.
Okay.
You step inside to this room, and your feet feel like they're touching grass. It appears to be almost like you've stepped onto a hill, a grassy knoll, if you will, at the
Bug
middle
out,
of
Mr.
the night.
President.
Save your joke until I'm done with my explanation, please. A grassy knoll deep at night. There's a single, tree in the center, but it appears to be incorporeal, blurred as though you're almost looking at it from a distance. Around the tree are 5 telescopes, and above you is a brilliant night sky.
Oh, get a load of this. Ain't that a rose?
Yeah?
I think we got something you might want to see.
And will step out of the way so that he can peer in.
As he wanders past, he looks around slowly. And for the briefest moment, the fact that he's still in starry form, he wanders in for just the briefest moment. The constellations across both him and Varloon the Luminous Watcher's bodies seem to grow just a bit as they continue to shed very dim light, but he wanders in slowly. And he looks around, and then he just thumps down to the ground and lays back on the ground.
You certainly were not expecting grass in this room.
He's on the ground. He's staring up at the sky.
No wonder this Lady Vistandia hung out here, huh?
It's nice. I like it here.
It's almost chilling in a way. A nice cool breeze.
Part of me wonders if this is real or not, given everything else we've seen outside is covered in a purple mist.
I would not know anything about that, unfortunately.
What is real? What you see, what you hear, what you smell.
Truly a question for the philosophers.
Yeah.
Maybe you should take a peek into one of the telescopes, Tharos. I've heard along the trade routes that it makes the stars easier to see.
Maybe. This is nice. Looking up at the sky compared to the star chart, this is basically the same night sky, correct?
That is correct.
And we don't see any books in here other than just what was already shared, right?
Most everything. There are no books in here. If you didn't know any better, the fake tree and the telescopes are the only thing of note here.
Is there anything inscribed on the telescopes?
Does not appear to be.
Silly question, but do they appear to be like locked in any position?
As you go to fiddle with the telescopes, you do see that they can be moved gyroscopically.
Okay.
They appear bolted to the ground, but you can't swivel them appropriately.
Huh. I have a theory, but it is a little. It is not It's not really anything sound, just to say.
Yeah?
Quite frankly, nothing about this place is sound, so I'm all ears.
Perhaps we bring the books in here. Though I don't have anything to support that.
Oh,
Well, there's one way to find out.
We are lucky that there's one close by. I just don't feel like that the books in this room aren't a coincidence.
No one's looked through the telescope yet, right?
that is correct.
Does it look like the telescopes are positioned in a particular direction? Like each telescope is angled a certain way?
They seem to be all angled at weird spots, but none of them seem to be correlating to anything specific.
Okay.
No one has inspected them directly.
Jel, I'm curious, but I wonder if you might be onto something. We found book-wise Y, T, and E for the letters, right?
Correct, and if you were to form a word, they would probably spell yet or te. Yet. No. Sounds outrageous.
Sounds like a good place to get t-shirts from.
I love their coolers.
Oh my god. Huh. Well, on your point, I'm going to peek into one of these telescopes really quick. And arbitrarily, one closest to me, if I look into it, what do I see?
You see, looking up, picture of the night sky, but you see specifically it's pointed at one star in particular. Go ahead and make me a... What would this be? Intelligence or wisdom of your choice.
Oh. Let's try wisdom and hope. 16.
This seems to be aimed at one of the blazing suns marked on the star map. The oddball ones.
Okay, so one of the blazing stars. I'm gonna take a moment to see if basically all of them are pointing at one of those. However long that might take. Originally, Cam was looking at this to see if they were possibly aimed at what could be constellations that are shaped like those letters.
I see.
So,
No checks needed.
okay.
With an idea of what you're looking for, you do notice that this one and this one are both aimed at suns. These 3 are not.
The one where the bottom 3 aimed at any sort of like shape that might look like those letters, as far as like star alignments.
Does not appear to be so.
Huh.
Can't detect any constellations going on. Oh, yes?
Above game, wait, how many telescopes did you say there were?
There are 5 telescopes in here.
There were 5 random suns.
Mm-hmm.
So what if we point the other 3 at other suns?
That could work.
That sounds good to me.
Would you mind having Nephi say this in character?
Okay. I remember something being said, that there were 5 suns. There's 5 of these telescopes. What if we, point all of them at the suns? You said that 2 of them were already pointed.
That's true, yes. The top 2 are already pointed at one of those blazing suns, but the other 3 are not. Tharos, do you want to help us with something?
As you're talking to him, the constellations on his form are kind of starting to flicker, and as they fade away, and both he and Valrune, the Luminous Watcher, return to a normalized form, it takes a couple moments, but he eventually does sit up and then stand up, looking over towards you. Yeah. And he'll go around and he'll take a look at each the two telescopes that are nearby, and he will confirm what star each one of those 2 are pointing to. Are they the same star or are they different stars?
They are aimed at 2 different stars.
Joe would try and get. We'll move the one towards like the far left, and try and try to wiggle it towards where a sun would be.
Okay. You do so? No problem.
Yeah, I'll help him out with that.
I assume that you guys repeat this process?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. As you line up the last telescope, you feel it kind of lock into place, and you hear as along the back wall here, it seems to fade away, like drop into the floor, as another room opens up behind it.
Jell is a genius.
I believe that
Nephi.
was Nephi. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, name swapped. Nephi is a genius.
You see Nephi's tail just flicking excitedly.
Due to unfortunate restrictions with the with lighting, I'm gonna have to move you all this way. But
Oh, it's a fucking ghost.
hi.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ceegee's right there.
You all see a large like bookshelf, completely chained up. Many tomes held behind these chains, except for one, which is currently sitting on the front of it.
Can I do an Arcana check to see if all the books are magic?
You
Or
can
if I
try.
feel like any kind of magic coming off of them. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Ah,
Oh yeah.
there's a lot of magic going on here. There's a lot of magic coming from the books. There's a lot of magic coming from the bookcase. There's a lot of magic coming from the chains. Strangely enough, the only thing that doesn't have any magic coming off of it is the book that is laid out in front, away from the chained up books.
He's the only book here that... The only thing here that isn't magic is the book sitting in the front.
Can I closely inspect the book to see if it has another letter?
Sure.
Can I look at the books? I'm not going to touch them. Can
No,
I
of course
just
not.
look at the books on the bookshelf to see if there's any kind of names on the spines or like titles, stuff like that?
Sure. Let's start with Gel. Gel, you go to approach the book that's hanging out,
Yeah.
and you hear the chains behind you, behind the book begin to rattle as they begin to emerge snake-like and whip out to try and attack you as the bookcase comes to life.
Oh.
What?
How unfortunate.
Oh.
I appeared to trigger a mimic.
Oh
see.
no.
Why don't we go ahead and take a really quick break before we get into combat again?
Not like this.
Joe
Man, this
Mojo,
is- Yeah, what's up, bud?
I'm gonna fucking come down there and fight you.
Brave the snow, fucker.
Oh my god.
I do.
Mimics are my nemesis.
Listen, man, I don't know what to tell you. Gel doesn't inspect by fucking hanging back. No, they have to be up close and personal because of the fucking limited vision of the mannequin.
If it wasn't you, it was going to be me.
It's
Yeah.
funny because I was waiting until the checks were done because I was going to say Camp's just holding an action to keep Thalros from touching the book.
I wasn't gonna touch it. I was just gonna get up close to it like a fucking kid in a aquarium because you know
wouldn't, but Thalros might.
might is the key word there.
All right, I need to do a quick bio, and by I do mean quick. For the sake of time, this is going to be like a short 3-5 minute break. So,
Come back
Okay.
by 9:05.
yeah.
Got you. Alrighty.
Go piss king.
Jokes on them. I don't need to use the restroom. What is his voice?
Same. Blackfoot Ferret, thank you so much for 39 months at Tier 1. You've been subscribed for a total of 69 months. Nice. Dude, all the goblins, all the shitpost goblins are hitting the nice month right now.
Hell yeah.
And Rick, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So, chat, what do you think about the session so far? I'm seeing a lot of chatter from people that are actually in this call.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
I'm seeing a lot of people that have been talking in the stream chat have actually been people that are in this call. Just going back and forth with each other.
And people say I don't pay attention. I joke.
Shut the fuck up.
Never.
I pay enough attention.
I was saying me. I mean, fucking. Fucking. I mean, I've got nothing. I'm tired.
I deeply enjoy this group that we have, and interesting the interesting combinations that we have.
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm really quiet.
No, you're okay.
You
No,
can
you're
even ask Joe. I'm also very quiet in our Sunday games.
No, you're River.
I am River.
Yeah.
And I am back. Hello.
The river that makes them quiver.
What did I walk in on?
Me putting over River because that is broski.
True.
Can't confirm that's his name in my DMs.
You see, River, you're going to quickly come to realize that if the party is indecisive, I will choose what the party does.
That helps me because I'm horrible at making decisions.
Can't confirm.
By the way, I'm ready to get back into it if you guys are.
Yeah.
Due to the odd nature of the map making, yes, you are all currently in the room, and you probably can't move back to the other room. But if you ask me, I can move you appropriately. So you all can see the grayed out rest of the map. Assume where Thalros is where the door is, because that's where it is. But if you want to move back through it, just let me know.
Are we all technically in melee with it?
Technically, but I'm going to be merciful, again due to the odd circumstances. It's not going to get an attack of opportunity on you guys if you leave it space for this first turn.
Hmm.
For the sake of fairness, CG, does this thing have a dexterity of over +1? Or, sorry, 13?
It is a chained library.
I don't know. I don't metagame.
It is literally the wall.
The wall, brother! Anyway, okay, so. I was mostly asking because of this ability I have.
I can almost feel the fear coming from the Balatro players.
I don't get that, but it still sounds funny.
Yeah, me neither.
Are we all back then?
I am.
Me
All
neither.
right. Let's see if we can get ourselves some combat then. Nope, that is 2 tens.
My fear stems mostly from
Also 2 tens.
several years of playing Enter the Gungeon, where wall mimics exist.
This one.
At least you can shoot him.
We'll go with this one. Okay. As we are all back, let's get into this combat, shall we?
Oh boy, oh boy.
Cam, you're up.
Okay. This is most unpleasant. Just for a gauge, like, how big a room are we in? Is it literally like each of the squares are like a 5x5? So we're only.
It is
in, like,
traditional. It is traditional length. Yes. Every square is 5
Okay.
foot.
So small. I see. Shit. What can I do in this space? Shit. There's nothing in here that like we could hide behind because it's the whole ass wall.
Correct.
Interesting thought. The book that was on the table when we walked in that didn't look magical, was that more like just bait? Or is that book still sitting somewhere?
It's still there. As for whether it was bait or not, I cannot answer.
Fair enough. Fair enough. kinda wanna shoot the book. Mm. Would using a short bow, making sure I use the right word here, would using a short bow in this space be considered disadvantage because of
Yes.
the... Got you. Alright, well then... Fuck it. Going to take out short sword, put daggers away, and attempt to swipe at this bookcase.
Okay. Attack on the bookcase. Let's go.
And just to help, let's see. I'm going to use one of my luck points.
Uh-huh. For advantage.
Yes. Godspeed.
Wow. That, not a good night for Cam.
It just don't like me.
It do
That's
not
fine.
like you. Unfortunately, as you go to swing at it, the chains that bind the book come around and block your blade, and metal upon metal is heard in what could arguably be a secret library.
Okay. Well then, for now, I'm gonna have to wait and see what happens, and that'll end my turn while I look up how offhand works. So I
Do
don't
you
hold
wish
up
to
time.
move? As a reminder,
will-
the door is still open. It's just weird on the map.
Oh, okay. See, I thought we were boxed into this space.
No, 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 no. Right behind Thalros is an open door.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You just need to tell me if you want to leave, because I have to move you.
Gotcha. Alright, well then an important question would be, if I choose to use movement to leave, since I'm, like, within 10 feet of it, I wouldn't take an opportunity attack, right?
Until you leave, it's aggro space. It won't give you an opportunity attack.
Okay. Because I could still, I think, do a bonus action disengage, but if I were to leave, and let's say wanted to try to take a shot later, would I potentially be hitting teammates?
No.
Cool, then I would like to move.
Alright. Go ahead and ping on the map where you would like me to put you.
Okay. Let's put me here for now, so I can still see the friendos.
Okay.
And that is it.
Alrighty then. Jell, you're up.
Okay, silly question.
Mhm.
This is about offhand. Do you have to make an attack before doing offhand attack?
No, I consider that part of your bonus action. You can take your bonus action and action in any order.
Okay. Well, I was just curious because I was going to use my action for something that wasn't attacking, and then I was going to bonus action stab.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Appreciate you. So everyone will definitely see Joe kind of like raise its staff a little bit, mumble something in Druidic. Thalros, you'll definitely hear this. They will basically be saying, "Spores of my homeland, please come to my aid," as I will use Symbiotic Entity.
Ooh.
So the staff itself will kind of not irradiate or anything, but multiple like spores will kind of come out of the staff near where the gem is, as it starts to kind of envelop the staff itself. After Jail says this, they will grab one of the bone daggers that are on their hip and stab the bookcase.
Alright, stab, stab.
Seven.
Unfortunately, You just cannot find an opening. You don't even get a chance to take your swipe.
All right, that. In order to do the other thing I want to do, I gotta stay here. Oh, I also gain 12 temporary hit points off of this. So yeah, that will be my turn. And at the start of the bookcase's turn, I will use my reaction for my Halo of Spores.
Okay. Let me give this a big ol' read. Alright. Con save.
Yep, my DC is 14.
Yeah, he got one of those numbers.
A 1.
So he fails.
Yep. We'll take 1d4 necrotic. Oh, I can roll a second die because I have symbiotic entity up. So that is a total of 4.
All right. You see as the so this is a little weird. So you see as the strange spores and fungi kind of spread towards the bookcase, and it uses its chains to actively intercept the spores before they reach the books, almost damaging itself by doing so, but it seems to be protecting the books as much as it can. It is now the bookcase's turn, and it's gonna go a-whacking. Doesn't really care who it goes after. The dice decree that Neffy die. First attack on Neffy. It's 11 to hit Neffy.
That meets.
Okay, so that is going to hit. You are going to take 5 bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled. As the chains wrap around you and constrict and bind you. Then
Look, I know I'm into kinky books, but this is not what I meant.
this is what you get to wandering into the secret library part of the wizard's area.
If it was
Right.
such a secret, they shouldn't have let us get into it.
Second attack going on Thalros. 8.
Miss.
Yeah. That's its turn. Thalros, you're up.
So this thing is massive, and we haven't seen that it's been moving, correct?
Correct.
Varloon the Luminous Watcher's eyes light up as, strangely enough, from the ceiling comes down this strange silvery beam of pale light. I cast Moonbeam.
Ooh, Moonbeam, not bad.
So
Con save.
it needs to make a con save DC 14, or it takes radiant damage, and if the creature is shapeshifted, it has to revert to its true form.
Okay.
So if it's a mimic, it has to revert.
Noted. That's a 2 on the die, so go ahead and roll damage.
Okie dokie. Do I have an option for Moonbeam? Nope, I did. 7 radiant damage. And I am now concentrating on Moonbeam, because it is a continuous thing.
Indeed. As the mote of light descends from the heavens and envelops this, what you thought might be a mimic, its form does not shift. It seems it is more apropos to the swords that you encountered earlier.
Oh.
I end my turn.
Okay. Neffy, you're grappled.
I guess I'm gonna try to get out of the grapple.
All right. Athletics or acrobatics to escape?
I'll take acrobatics.
Use Neffy Kung Fu. Hey!
Fuck yeah, bud.
Nat 20!
Let's go.
You just kind of like, it's wrapped around your arms, and you just kind of like hold up your arms straight up, and you just slip through.
I have so many jokes I will not make here.
All right. It was your action to attempt to escape the grapple, which you have done so successfully. What else would you like to do?
I would like to move out of the room if I could.
All right. Ping me where.
I guess just like right out of the room. Enough
Alright.
to like just be back far enough.
There you are.
And that should be my turn.
Okay. Top of the turn order. Cam.
Okay. So while above game me does not want to destroy the extra special book nook, I have questions. I'm still within a disadvantage range, right? If I were to use a long range weapon.
What would the minimum range of that weapon be?
I believe it's 80 feet.
Longbow?
Short bow range 80 320 or 80 over 320.
I believe that's not the minimum to be... Okay, so the way that the numbers work is the first number on the left is the maximum range you can be without imposing disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
And then the number on the right is the maximum range, but you have disadvantage on the shot. So where you are currently you can shoot anything. You can shoot something within 5 feet of you.
Okay, I just didn't know earlier if I was gonna incur the disadvantage because of it. Now I think I understand. Okay, so do I want to set a bookcase on fire? Is that really what I want to do? There could be useful books on there. I think I'm gonna prepare to set a bookcase on fire. So
Painting Zai to no end.
yes. So in preparation, let's see. I know I can use a bonus action to do a thing. I'm trying to find the exact wording. Okay, so if I were to, as a bonus action, use fast hands to essentially take a moment to dip an arrow in oil, could I then use the action to attack, or would that be a holdover till my next turn?
You'd also need to spend some time to light the thing.
Yes.
I'm gonna say that. Do you have fast hands? Could you click that for me?
I sure can.
You're that kind of rogue.
I'll allow it. Make me a. This is gonna take some quick finagling because you are essentially trying to do two things at once. That being dipping an arrow and also lighting it on fire. So
Right.
I'll allow you to make a quick dex check. If you roll high enough, you do both. If you roll low, you are only able to get one of those things out before your action rolls around.
Works for me. For the dex check, is that the straight dex or is that the saving throw?
Just straight dex.
Okay. A 13 both both ways.
Unfortunately, not quite high enough. You are able to get the oil out, but unfortunately, as you go for your flint to light it ablaze, you fumble it a little bit, so it falls kind of to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So you can take your shot with this arrow or with another arrow if you so choose. But it will not have fire properties to it.
Gotcha. I will wait to try to light it on the next go round. And if I can, I'll just instead use a free action to let everyone know. If you can clear the room, so that way they have a chance to get out before I possibly set a very small space on fire. And that would be my turn.
Oopsies.
All right. Gel, you're up.
I try to click instance. Hearing that, Jill would back up to the entryway, right behind Thalros.
Mm-hmm.
With that proc attack of opportunity.
It has not made an attack of opportunity yet.
I would like to move.
There you are.
Cool. I will then use poison spray on the bookcase.
Okay.
So they'll just kind of like take their they'll take the staff that the spores are coming out of,
Mm-hmm.
and put the orb right next to their mouth and mimic a deep inhale as they will, and mimic an inhale and then an exhale as all of these like purplish spores just kind of fly out of it.
Okay.
So
As
that's
this creature- As this creature does not have any body to speak of, it is immune to poison damage.
well, shit.
Learn from my mistake.
Is that your turn?
I have an idea now.
That has to be my. Yeah, I don't really have a lot that I can do.
Well, there's exactly one person left in the room.
I will use my reaction to do Halo spores again.
Are you within 10 feet? Is
Yes.
it 10 feet or is it 5 feet?
It's 10 feet.
Reaction.
So it's a DC 14 con save.
I think that beats. Yeah, that is exactly 14.
Okay. Is it a meter? Is it a save or suck? Yep, save or suck.
Sounds about right for something that's on a reaction. 2 swings on Thalros.
AC 14.
Oh, that's a 15 on the die.
That's a hit.
Hitting well, rolling for crap damage. 3 bludgeoning, you are currently grappled, and it's going to go for another swing on you.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to hit again. That's a 17. Uh, 8 damage this time. Much better.
All right.
That is its turn. Thalros, you're up.
I have to do something real quick, though. All right. So, quick question. This particular
Yes.
thing, how long are these chains that are holding me?
Most of the chains in the length of it seem to be short. Most of the chains seem to be focused on protecting the books rather than extending out to intruders. So you do not think that the chains could exceed the bounds of this room.
how tall is this bookcase?
About 10 feet.
10 feet.
Yeah.
Does the bookcase look like it's secured to the wall?
Perception.
25.
It is not chained to the wall. Whether that means that it can move or not, you are unsure.
I'm going to bonus action to healing word myself.
Uh-huh.
That is 9.
Not bad.
And then I would like to use with my powerful build,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to grab the top of this bookshelf, and I would like to try to pull it down.
Ooh. Okay. Alright. So, ordinarily, I would give you athletics with advantage because of your powerful build. However, I'm going to give you disadvantage because of the strange positioning that you find yourself in.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to back up, you'd bump into gel. If you stay where you are, you risk the bookcase toppling over on you. As a result, in order to do this safely, you will have to impose disadvantage on yourself. So go ahead and roll if you would like.
Okay. Athletics.
Fucking Thalros out here trying to dunk on the bookcase.
8.
Let's see what the bookcase rolls. That's a 17 on the die. So you yank at the chain trying to pull it down. It does not give.
Then, as a free action, movement, since I'm grappled, I can't. Well, grapple means that my movement is 0, correct? Or is that
correct?
No, that's restrained. My movement is 0.
No, it is grappled.
Okay, then that ends my turn.
Okay. Neffy, you're up.
Okay. Neffy's trying to do her best to stay away from anything involving fire because I don't want to damage the books. However, that very much limits me. I guess I'm gonna try to cast Witch Bolt on it.
Okay. Witch bolt. Okay. It's not bad in this instance. Roll the hit.
I'm sorry, which bolt is it?
Hush you.
So it's that didn't pull into my thing as an attack.
Huh. If you have another spell attack, it should function the same. At least for hitting.
If that's like your spellcaster modifier plus proficiency plus d20.
Oh my
Ooh,
god.
Okay. Oh shit.
God
Right.
Damn.
Okay. Critical
right.
hit. Roll 4d12.
Get
This
God.
is disgusting.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. Jesus Christ, dude.
21. Actually, why don't you go ahead and describe what's about to happen?
I don't even know how to describe it. Well, I guess she just suddenly this like crackle of lightning shoots from her hand, and she almost, it's like stronger than she expects it to be, and it just hits straight on that like metal chain, pretty much like sending like a shockwave through the entire thing.
Ooh. Valros, that chain around your waist is feeling a little tingly.
By
Don't
the
worry.
wording of that, I was about to ask, am I taking the damage too?
No, that's this is exclusively for flavor.
Gotcha.
But that was a heck of a shot. The bookcase is still up, but it's hard to determine if it's like, damaged or anything, but you feel like you made some real headway. Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Up next is Cam.
Alright, well, second verse, same as the first. Since that arrowhead is now coated in some oil, I would like to use the fast hands to try to light it again.
Alright. No problem. You use your the flint in your pocket, and you are able to set it ablaze. This attack shall be considered fire damage.
Oakley doke, here goes nothing. Aim twoo. Please. Motherfuck! 13? I don't know if that's advantage because paper burn good.
Nope.
Damn.
The arrow, you try to find a shot, but Tharos is in the way. You aim a little higher, and it goes over the bookcase and fizzles out along the wall in the back.
Okay. Let's see if there's something I can do to help out the friend who is the grappled. Can't get too close or the chains will start messing with me. What's something I could do? Shit. I don't know. Alright, I guess, does the chain look like is there any part of the chain that's around Tharos that is slack that we could see so that way we know to aim for that part so that we don't hurt him?
Not really. It's definitely very tight. If there was any give, Thalros would have been able to more easily slip out.
Fair enough. I have an idea, but I'm gonna have to do that on my next turn. Get me killed. We'll see what happens. That's my turn.
Jell, you're up.
Alright, so it's immune to poison. That sucks. I'd like to move back into the room
Okay.
and try to give Thalros the help action to break his grapple.
Okay. I'll just put you here, and you can move exactly where as you give the help action to Thalros.
That, like, right there is actually perfectly fine.
Okay. Is that your turn?
That is all I can probably do because I highly doubt I can offhand all while helping it.
Why not? It's bonus action.
Well, I didn't know if it was like holding an action or something.
No, you give the help action as an action rather than holding on to anything.
Okay, then Bone Dagger.
Oh, dagger.
Not 20!
20. Oh,
Yes.
boy.
So this is going to be fun because it's 2d6 on top of 2d4 with the symbiotic entity.
So,
Actually,
I am going to have to
46.
stop you.
Okay.
You're going to crit on your symbiotic entity. However, as an offhand, you do not roll damage with your offhand. You in fact roll. You just do a flat modifier.
Okay. So that would be 2d6 plus 1 then.
Yes.
8 total damage. 7 of that is necrotic.
Okay.
And that'd be my turn.
That is your turn. Which brings
At
it
the
up
start
to
of at the start of his turn.
reaction.
Reaction Halo spores. I will win this war of attrition.
That is a 3.
Alright, he takes 2d6. Sorry, 2d4 necrotic damage. 4 total.
Hey, would you believe that he had 3 hit points?
Yes.
As the damage that you do eventually makes way through some of the binding of the chains, and the chain itself snaps and falls to the ground. Seemingly the source of this animated magic, and as it does, it tries desperately to protect the books once more, and the chain seems to wrap around one book in particular before the magic gives out and it falls to the ground. And we are out of combat. Good job.
Yay!
So
And no books were burned.
Before investigating, Joe will definitely try to get Thalros, get the chains off of him.
no need, as the magic seems to dissipate a bit. The chain goes slack, and Thalros is easy enough able to just step out of it.
If there is a moment,
Mhm.
Cam will try to see if they can recover the arrow that they lost. If they can't, then oh well.
Okay. Sure. Easy enough.
Yay! Back up to 20. All right.
So
that's what happened to that book.
at this juncture, there are 3 points of interest in this secret library. The book that was initially on the desk, the book and chain that has fallen off, and the still chained books that are part of this shelf in particular.
Neffy wants to look at the shelf.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me Arcana check with advantage, because you sussed this out a little bit earlier. Detect magic.
Ooh. I should also point out that
Said Arcana check with
sorry.
advantage.
Yes.
$11.
Taking a look at the chains wrapping around the books, it appears that the chain itself acts as both a defense and a safeguard. With your detect magic earlier and your analysis of the chains, it seems that a failsafe is kind of built into them. Any book that is connected through these chains, if you did not have the requisite way to dispel them, which I'm going to let you know, they are still intact, so they still apply. If you were to attempt to remove damage or attempt to remove the books, would destroy them simultaneously.
I see.
I was gonna say after a while, the spores will definitely kind of all funnel themselves back into the staff, and they seem to be inactive.
Understood.
Zaros picks up the book that has the chain wrapped around it.
As you pick up the book and chain, you see the book at the very end. The chain wraps around the binder in a way that the book is inaccessible to open, basically. And it is labeled Martial Attack Techniques. However, you can still feel this bit of chain and the book. You can still feel a bit of the magic kind of pulsing through it. Go ahead and add book flail to your inventory,
Okay.
as this is a +1 flail.
Ooh.
Oh my god, beating them over the head with knowledge.
Correct.
Amazing.
Book flail.
Yep.
Okay.
If no one looks at the book that is on the desk still, then Cam will go walk over to that, which means you get to control my tokens.
Boing. Just so you're not on someone else.
Yeah, and we'll inspect the book that was on the desk without touching it first, and then if I have to do more, then we'll pick it up, or attempt to pick it up.
As you go to pick up the book, it seems to be large, thick, and familiar to some of the others you've seen. Flipping it
God
over,
damn it.
you see a large L on it. So a
Oh.
recap of the letters thus far, because there have been some combat.
We have E,
It's-
Y, and T prior, right?
Yeah, EY, T, and now L. If we find one that just says F, would it say lefty?
But it seems that this room has been exhausted, and as has the upper floor. Would you like to return to the first floor?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, may as well.
gonna grab some buttered toast.
Just run back to the freaking kitchen, grab the toast, and then run back out.
We
Alright.
did promise we'd go get that feast before leaving. We don't know if we're leaving anytime soon, but I mean, we did promise.
Oh, I think that may have given you a little too much light. No, it's okay. Yeah, we're good.
However, there is a whole nother direction.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be drive-by toast, like flavor toast. We don't actually go through the whole process. We just grab
I'm
toast and run out.
I'm just
I
saying,
literally
we're
just keep thinking of my fucking cat.
like, I'm just we're just gonna be running out like a bunch of Japanese kids late for school.
Correct. Anime taught us well.
Folks, be sure to check in every year for Pack Tactics, my all Warlock campaign, where that happened.
I hear it's
Against
okay.
their will, I might add. Anyways, you all make your way downstairs, and there's still a fair bit of mansion to explore. 4 doors on the other side.
4 doors.
You know, I'm gonna investigate this first one. Not gonna touch it. Just want to make sure it's not booby twapped.
Investigation.
Traps.
How? Pourquoi? 5.
You don't see any traps, you don't see any locks. I'll allow you another investigation check, intelligence check at this point.
Do I really? No, I don't want to use it for that. 15.
After dealing with a lot of these unlocked doors and unlocked rooms, and as well as seeing what traps are in place, you get the sense that something Jel said earlier about this being someone's home.
Hmm.
The doors seem open. The main deterrent seems to be its interplanar nature. And a word was needed to enter this mansion as well. While there are traps designed for people poking their noses in the wrong places, there does not seem to be any that disrupt comfort. And that would include locks and traps on doors.
Hmm. Huh. Well, I guess that all of these doors are ours for the opening. Huh. Fancy that. And we'll like grab this doorknob.
All right.
Oop.
Make a dexterity. No, I'm done.
Liar.
Ain't I a stinker?
Honestly, I would accept it at this point.
If the earlier was upstairs was a secret library, this seems to be a more communal one. This seems to be more akin to, say, another study.
Hmm.
There are a bunch of bookshelves on the back wall, 2 seats, each with a bunch of books piled up, making it difficult to sit. And one cat currently cleaning himself. As he looks up, it goes meow and scampers out.
Oh, no pet cat.
Could I like as the cat runs out, since I'm the last one in, could I just like run a hand through?
Animal handling.
Okay. B. 9. No go.
Unfortunately, the cat's too fast, and you do not make contact with its fur.
Just like snaps in disappointment. Oh, hang on. There we go. So you said this appears to be a study of some sorts.
Yes.
Looking for one of the usual books.
Okay.
Saros is just looking around in general.
All right.
Serious question. Have we seen any portraits the entire time we've walked through this mansion?
So, strange as it is, there were a few portraits, but not too many. Most of them were in the upper floor study, and there are some paintings in here. There's one of a large landscape scene with a green dragon emerging from a bunch of pine trees. There appears to be one of a Pegasus in flight, and one of a unicorn in a wooded glade.
So none in particular of possibly the masters of said mansion?
No.
Noted.
Alright, so I'd like everyone to go ahead and make an investigation check.
Investigation.
My child is not that smart.
17 with a 0 on the other side.
Nat 20.
Fucking
Nat 20, let's go.
Look at nephew over here. 16.
That is, with the nat 20, 4 successes. So I have a lot of info for you guys.
Oh.
Alright. Let's start with the easy one. Cam, knowing what you're looking for, it's very easy to pick out the thick book. Kind of right around here along the wall. You pluck it out, and it has the letter I on it.
Okay.
Second. Not second, first.
The rest of you kind of take a moment to go through everything with a bit more of a fine tooth. The books upstairs were hard to deal with because they were, you know, actively attacking you, and a whole bunch of them were also notes, and those are hard to deal with in the same vein. But these ones are the first proper books you've had a chance to look at. As a result, I can impart to you the following information. Most of the books that you find are not in this study are actually not like books of major value. They appear to actually just be Fistandia's memoirs. Fistandia herself, as you have likely come to learn, was a powerful mage, as well as a priest of Mystra. She would often come to Candlekeep to further her studies. As she was a priest of Mystra, and a well-serving one, Mystra granted Fistandia this permanent mansion place for her. However, Fistandia was a smart individual and realized that on the off chance that someone might become trapped in here, she hid the command word for escaping, specifically along 7 books with one large letter upon them.
So we are just missing 2.
Correct. And there is one more thing. With a nat 20, Neffy, as everyone is combing through the books, gathering this information, you pull out a book on the far left, and you hear it as the wall behind you gently slides open.
Neffy's
No.
tail goes up, like, you know how a scared cat, and she gets in that, like, scrunched down position. I seem to be better at finding these things than I remember. There's a thing here.
Yeah.
And she'll just kind of peer around.
You see a staircase going down.
Oh.
Where's that go?
Niffy, you are brilliant.
Thanks.
That's 2 for 2 now.
Never thought a pink individual would get pinker by blushing.
She just kind of laughs and twirls her hair a little. But she's gonna, I guess, if no one's gonna stop her, she's gonna go down the stairs.
Sour,
Okay, I'll
she's right
follow.
behind you.
This is curious.
Alright then. If y'all will be kind enough, move you here.
Oh god.
This is just so you are all familiar with the room, before I move you into the basement.
Hey CG.
Yes.
From when we fought the bookcase until now, how much time has passed?
About the problem mostly was the scouring of the books in the study took quite a lot of time to gather that much information. So about 40 minutes have passed since then.
Okay, my symbiotic entity has dropped. That thing only lasts about 10 minutes.
Understood. But you find yourselves at a lower, behind a secret door going down. The strange, like, carpet feeling continues, but it seems to disappear as you get to the bottom, replaced with a more traditional stone. As you make your way down, you also begin to smell the strange bit of incense. Perhaps the absence of the garden has made your senses more acute to this sort of thing. But you find yourselves in a bit of a hallway. Door to you headed out to the east, and there's one to the south.
Hey CG,
Yes.
could you move my token closer towards our groups? I can't seem to move it.
Ah, I had a feeling that might happen. I'm gonna
Thank you.
move Cam as well, just in case.
I think it's just because I was like on that border.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've run into that every once in a while. It sucks.
Which way would be wiser to go? Further in or closer towards the stairs?
I say we work our way inward, outward, seeing as how we gotta go back up.
That is a fair assumption.
I'd also
Mo-
suggest checking maybe the door closer to the stairwell, just in case something comes out of it. Wouldn't want to get surrounded.
That's very true too.
Either way, though, I'm okay with either. Seems like most of the things that want to attack us are already in the rooms.
You can't say that like it hasn't been lively.
It has been interesting, and I'd love an opportunity to swing through these rooms again and perhaps find some new homes if no one needs them. Smiles.
Especially for a permanent place such as this.
Mm-hmm. So which door will we go to, guys?
Neffy's just gonna open the door next to her.
In we go!
All right.
Ah,
In the door,
more
you see
doors.
more doors.
Oh no!
There's a lot of doors in this place.
So many door.
I hear J Frost screaming in the background for some reason.
Life does indeed have many doors, Ed boy.
It's that fucking mansion all over again.
She's gonna keep heading this way.
Okay.
Oh god, I thought we left ours for a second.
We probably do need to get him that bell.
Lord. Yippee! Huh.
In this room, you see many jars similar to the ones that you saw up above. Approaching into this room, it seems like this was the main storage space, whereas the upper area was more of a more for specific identification. This seems to be more of a storage place.
Hmm. And while we see mostly jars, do we see anything else of note?
Well, you see that the jars are occupied. You also see that they are labeled.
Oh
boy.
Can I investigate?
Yes, you may.
May I as well?
Absolutely.
21.
Fucking Neffy is a sleuth. Sheesh.
All the brains.
That's a 10.
Okay. Neffy. Actually, we'll start with Jill. I think this would be better. As you go over through these jars, you notice that they are, as mentioned, occupied, but they are not moving. They seem to be preserved for study. There's a large variety of what's down here. But it's hard to make out what a good chunk of them are, especially ones that you have not seen before. However, Neffy, you are able to find a charter? What am I looking for here? It's like it's a list of products that you might find in like a warehouse or something.
Oh, ledger.
Inventory?
Ledger, thank you. Inventory also would have worked. You find a ledger to go with these. And using that, you are able to find and identify the following. One container with a cockatrice in it.
With the what?
Cockatrice.
Oh god.
A flump.
Oh.
A giant fire beetle.
Interesting.
A small creature called a grell. You do not know what a grell is. Imagine a floating brain with a beak on it.
Ew.
Or we could not imagine that.
I'm afraid you have to now. Ha 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 ha. A myconid sprout.
No, the baby.
A pseudo dragon.
The other baby.
Crawling claw times 2, and it's a jar full of 4 severed hands in it. Or times 4, I should say. And then you reach the last one, which says Slod Tadpole. And as you go to reach the jar, it ding 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 tries to get
No.
at you through it.
All in favor of fuck this room?
Fuck this room.
However, there's one more thing that is worth noting with access to that ledger. That accounts for almost all of the items here. However, the last thing of note is a broken item. A broken jar. And based on what you have discovered, this is the jar belonging to subject Mimic.
Motherfucker.
What you got?
Neffy just sighs. There's a mimic.
Wait, are you referring to the mimic that we killed? Or there's another one?
I do not believe that was a mimic.
Oh. Oh, no. Where's Thalros?
Oh, it appears as though he is not in the room. That is very dangerous.
Just
Oh,
walks
fuck.
out. Paying like,
Oh, there he is.
like paying the Slod no mind like what so fucking ever. Like a lot. Like he will actually, you know what? He'll pass the little myconid sprout and say to it in undercommon,
You don't deserve to be in here, child. I do hope for your safety.
The Myconid does not respond.
Shall we leave?
I am in definitely favor of that. Neffy, did that ledger mention anything about, like, specifications of this mimic? Just curious.
Siege?
No, it was more inventory than details.
No, it just gave me the inventory.
That is fine. Honestly, that's more than what we had, right?
We at least know that there is one.
Indeed, which means we need to proceed with caution. Tharos, did you hear about what Neffy found earlier?
Tharos doesn't answer you. You notice that he's leaned up against the wall, staring at that door, but that big, dopey smile that he has is gone.
May I insight him?
I'd also like to do that.
Go ahead.
$22.
11.
Joe, Thalros has been one of the first ones to wander into every room. And he's always been just as happy as can be to explore. But something about that last room he refused to have anything to do with. On top of that, that smile is gone. Which means something about that room really got to him or messed with him somehow. You get the feeling that he wants nothing to do with that room.
If it's all the same, my friend, we will be departing from this place shortly. So we will never have to see. We will never have to see those things ever again, or their condition.
Bad place. Bad people.
I will say my neutral stance on. Give me a moment. My neutral stance on Festania as well as this Efferat are strengthening, but I am not particularly fond of the captivity. Especially if they're working on, well, cave-dwelling creatures from what I had back home.
He looks over and gives a slight nod.
So, shall we? Would you prefer we invest? Would you prefer if we look into it more, or would you rather leave this basement area?
Well, oh, sorry, was that directed to one person or to everyone?
Everyone.
Well, I was curious to explore down here further, and we might still have to do that if we want the remaining 2 letters. But I am curious about the, I'm curious about the mimic and whether or not it's still down here, or if we managed to give it an option to leave by opening the door upstairs. With it running about, we might be better off exploring down here and possibly trying to hold it off so that someone else doesn't get hurt in the process.
Unless it already escaped.
That is my fear.
It is possible, but I do
Beardy
wonder
Man.
if it's a one way in, one way out situation.
Beardy Man
had-
was carrying something.
You don't think that it attached itself to... Sorry, gotta... You don't think it attached itself to Matreus, did you?
Beardy Man carries something. Beardy Man walk outside. Beardy Man yell.
I thought he yelled because the door closed behind him unexpectedly.
That was my assumption as well.
I'm also wondering if it escaped once we opened the secret passage.
Beardy Man no word to get in. Why yell if door closed and he no answer?
That does raise a lot of suspicions.
Cam's eyebrow just arches a little bit. Like, you can faintly see it under the hood. And you just see the eyebrow with the piercing just kind of arch slightly. Davros, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. That is very plausible.
Perhaps we should track him down and find... and get some answers. Though, if he does work for the Library of Candlekeep, I'm not sure what protections he might have.
Surely there'd be a few people on this library's campus that would have their own ways of discerning if he was lying or speaking truth. But for now, we should see if we can find a way out, if we even want to question him later. Because if he knows something, he might not be coming back with any sort of help.
That is fair.
For now, we know this door here probably looks like all... I'm not trying to click it. Let me just ping it. Fuck. The door over there. We know that door, like, it most likely looks like the other doors, but now that we know there's a mimic running around, is there anything off about this one, like a doorknob on the opposite side or something?
This one seems to be perfectly fine.
Hey CJ.
Yes.
This is gonna sound very silly, but is there, like, any kind of, like... Would any of us know how to, like, detect mimics or, like, anything... Like, whatever they shapeshift into, is there any kind of, like, indicator of... Especially, like, if we know that there's one around?
Have any of you dealt with mimics before?
I probably would have gotten told about them.
So my honest answer is, given their merchant background, it would depend on what they encountered in their travels. So I would honestly leave that more so up to your decision as to whether or not Cam would have encountered that, because merchants traveling around might have.
Neffy was raised by a whole hag. She more than likely was taught.
I'm kind of in between on it for Jill, because given who the master would be, I'm sure she would have said something about mimics at least one time. But I'm not sure like how in depth it would have been to given her mannerisms.
Thalros?
Hmm?
Are you familiar with mimics?
I have no idea. Do I need to make any kind of roll or anything like that?
That's what we're determining, Rel. Would Thalros have experienced mimics in their lifetime, basically? Heard about them, seen them, dealt with them.
He's probably the most traveled out of the group, just from sheer wandering. So he may have heard stories about it. Given that he tends to stay in the wilds, it'd be unlikely that he's ever met one face to face. Or if he did, he didn't realize it, but he may have heard stories.
Okay. Cam, I would say you don't have any legs to stand on for this.
I can agree.
Jel, Thalros, make me Arcana with disadvantage. Neffy, make me an Arcana straight.
Disadvantage.
14.
15.
9.
So, Jill, not really. You heard the name in passing. That's about it. Thalros, you know that mimics shapeshift in basically anything, but they can't really become bigger than what they are. So, like, if something is the size of, say, if a mimic is the size of a chest, it can turn into a chest, but it could not turn into, like, a big chest. Neffy, a mimic's disguise is just that, a disguise. If you want to check to see if something is a mimic or not, the best way is to either attack it or bait it to see if it can kind of come out of hiding. They are ambush predators, as you've been taught. So if you can trigger the ambush safely, if you're suspicious of something, then usually you can pull it out of hiding, no problem.
Okay, I have an idea. If we have anyone who has, like, extra rations or something, we could open the door and throw one in to bait it out. The movement may draw it out. They're ambush predators, so...
If bait draws them out, they're not very good ambush predators. They say, judging. But I might have something that could suffice. They'll kind of like hold out their hand, and from it will sprout out this like ring of this like grape-like branch of good berries. And yes,
Gushers.
if you pop one in your mouth, it tastes like gushers.
Okay. You have access to 10 good berries.
We have access to 20.
Yes!
And this is a once a day feat thing, so I'm casting this for free.
Let's go.
you guys would have seen like Cam start to like open up the trench coat to grab something, sees the abundance of berries, hand comes out of the trench coat, coat goes back to being closed.
Spontaneous salad.
Spontaneous fruit salad.
You have
Freaking
acquired.
Yummy.
You have acquired a lot of good berries.
mostly to differentiate, gels just look like perfect orbs. That like they have like this little blue like color to them.
Mine are just berries.
Okay. All right. You have good berries now. What do?
Joe will hand off 5 to Cam, mostly
Okay.
to supply them with the just in case they want to like toss them into the place.
Theros hands off 5 to Neffy, eats one and feeds one to the Luminous Watcher.
All right. You feel very full and you gain 1 health. All right. Although I guess how Goodberry is worded, it's not that you are full, it's that your body doesn't need to eat anymore.
Yeah, not for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Anyways, so
I love this spell.
Goodberry's divided.
Nobody's gonna do it. Theros walks up, opens the door, throws a good berry in.
Okay. A Goodberry is yeeted onto the floor. And mine's about here. Nothing happens.
Theros walks in, picks up the good berry.
I want to imagine he 5-second rolls it and eats it anyway.
Don't tempt him.
I look around the room.
You see
I'll
two.
go in.
You see three braziers surrounding what appears to be a circle of some sort, and then a seat at the back. The floor here is more granite than the rest of the mansion.
I don't like this room.
I wouldn't blame you, honestly.
It just something does not feel right.
Slowly walking around the room, looking around. Any kind of books or anything like that?
Strangely enough, no.
You said there were braziers in this room? My brain's derping and I might have to go grab a dictionary, but like can hold a candle of sorts?
Yeah, they're like torch holders.
Like sconces.
Yeah.
So Cam's going to take out one candle and if allowed light it and light those braziers to
Okay.
give light to the people who might not be able to see in the room.
All right. As you light the braziers, shadows begin to flicker across the circle in the center, and light fills the room. Nothing happens.
Is there anything particular about this circle in the center?
Perhaps, if you would like to investigate it of some sort.
Yes, I'd like to do an investigate.
Okay, because you're not going to be making an investigation. You're going to be making an Arcana check.
Oh, feck. Oh, geez. I'm not good at that. Oh, shite. Alright. What?
Okay. I mean,
20.
a 20
You,
20.
sorry?
No, go for it.
You actually recognize this. You remember seeing it in the notes at the top floor. This is a summoning circle. Doesn't seem to be a particularly powerful one. Seems to be aimed based on the notes at grabbing creatures and specimens.
Hmm. I wonder if this. Oh, that's right. The the Duke used to call it a summoning circle. He said that sometimes people would want to buy scrolls and tomes and such that would explain how to write them down. Somewhat out of my wheelhouse, but I have to at least be aware of what they are. I wonder if this somehow relates to the lab that was upstairs.
Would explain how they got the. They just kind of like stop what they're saying, mostly to not upset Thalros.
Hmm. Well, hopefully it hasn't been in use for as much time as the masters of this mansion haven't been here. Hopefully, anyway.
Hopefully.
Does anything else seem odd about this room? Especially given that, well, it's cement and everything else seemed to be kind of lush.
Strangely enough, no.
Hmm.
CG.
Also, if I may for a second,
Mm-hmm.
uh, thank you to River for joining us. They had to step away for a little bit. Um, it's unlikely that they will return, but we appreciate them nonetheless.
Yeah, we do.
Uh, go ahead, Thalros.
Thalros reaches into his reaches behind his belt, and he pulls out a very large sickle.
Huh?
He stares down at this circle. And what is the circle on? Like a table, like a wooden table.
It's carved into the granite.
Hmm. Carved into granite. That's a little bit more difficult. Is there any way to disfigure it, disrupt it, make it unusable without taking a massive amount of time?
I'll go ahead and I'll give you an Arcana check to see if you can figure out a way to do it quickly.
Okay. 10.
You have no clue. For all you know, disrupting it could cause it to explode,
Mm-hmm.
or it could not affect it, or it could, I don't know, get sucked into the sky. Who knows?
He reaches out and taps it a couple times and then starts to walk away from it.
Okay.
Keeping the sickle in hand. The look on his face is quickly becoming more and more sour as time goes on in this basement.
Hey there, friend. I think we've had about enough of this lower level, huh?
We do still have one more door to check. down here.
That is true. Just not sure if our bud here will be okay. This does seem to be wearing on him a bit.
Yes, and I'm though I'm not really happy to, but I could check it myself. The last room.
Oh no, no, no. With what we've seen here, I'd honestly suggest that we all stick together.
No, if that's the case, then we could just we could just leave the area.
We need the books.
True, but something I learned while traveling around is the joy of a happy man fading away is a bad omen.
That is true, but it seems like our only way out of this mansion will be those other two books. So, if we don't check down here, there's always a chance that once we get upstairs, we might have to come back down anyway. So, we might as well. And Cam will slowly make their way into the hallway and wait for everyone before proceeding, back out the door that they originally entered in.
Joe will follow behind.
And then we'll be more than happy to head and check the last room.
Yeah.
As the group is walking, Thalros mutters something under his breath, particular to Varloon the Luminous Watcher.
I kinda wanna do a hears, but I don't know if I'd be able to hear what he said. I'm too far in front.
Yeah, same, honestly. Also, I doubt Joe would want to make an active check, mostly just to give Thalros his privacy.
Yeah. Since we know all the doors seem to be cool, only gonna check to see if this door looks heckin' funny because of Mimic, but other than that, if everything seems in place, we'll just open it.
Alright. Everything does appear to be in place. As you go to check on the door, it opens right up. Seems to be another laboratory of some sorts.
Do we want to toss another good berry in?
Yeah, may as well. Joe would toss theirs in.
Okay. You boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
Barry lands dead center. Nothing pops out.
Oops, sorry, didn't mean to ping.
No, you're good. Just
Just move out the
slowly
way.
shuffles in to grab the berry back.
And what do our eyes perceive?
You see two different tables with many gizmos and doodads and honestly strange objects on the tables. You see another small bookshelf to the north and south containing some books here and there. If you'd like some more specifics, I'll require investigation checks.
Alright.
Would it be would it be too much to be looking for those
That's
like
about right.
Would it be right? Would it be too much to be looking out for those lettered books as well as mimics? Or would we
Investigation.
have to choose one or the other? Okay. Oh, that should have been a disadvantage. It's a 14.
Cam?
Cam is gonna investigate down here. Sorry, I was just waiting to give Jill the chance to roll. Should have been at normal, not advantage. Should have been at normal.
Still 16.
Neat. Yeah.
Okay. So 1 failure, 2 successes. So. I'll allow, because of the 2 successes, I'll allow a follow-up roll from Neffy. And anyone else, and one other person who would like to. For an Arcana check.
I feel like Cam should not be doing the magical checkies.
Ooh, Neffy with a 17.
I can roll. I can roll the Arcana.
Okay.
I got a pretty decent mod for it.
I feel like my earlier Arcana roll was roll 20 throwing me a bone.
16.
Okay. Perfect. You guys go kind of comb over through this room and you discover a few things. First and foremost, you do discover another book. This one has a B on it.
B.
With 6 to 7 letters. Secondly, you determine, going through everything, that this appears to be specifically a lab devoted to transmutation and alchemy. There are a number of different scorch marks on the room, bits of acid, as well as many ingredients. With Neffy's Arcana check, they're able to discover several alchemical materials that are worth bringing back. About 50 gold's worth of them. And in addition, finds 2 potions of healing.
Ooh.
Gel,
Yeah.
you discover what appear to be clay figurines. 4 of them. And with your Arcana check and looking at them, you see each of them looking a little familiar to the creatures you saw above. Veiled prototypes, perhaps, as they appear to be homunculi. Or at least original bodies for homunculi. And these ones never came to fruition, but the ones in the kitchen seem to have.
The more and more that we investigate, the more and more I'm not particularly fond of the owners of this house.
Honestly, you and me both. But and points to the materials. But I mean, those are worth a pretty penny.
Would it be disrespectful to snatch them up and possibly get our money's worth?
Cam is just going to like turn their head to look at you. And you can't see it because of the loose bandana or the face covering, but you can probably swear that you can sense a smile as they like pick up a couple of them, open a pouch, put them in the pouch, and then put the pouch back on their person.
Yeah, I figured that asking the merchant, hey, would it be disrespectful to sell these? To be like, no.
So just I guess to be on the safe side, what specifically did I now put into this pouch, and how many of them do I have?
For the sake of time,
Yes.
nebulous materials.
Understood. Nebulous materials worth a good amount.
Worth 50 gold.
Cool.
But as you kind of clean out this little alchemist slab, it seems to be more or less everything down here.
Question, are we taking the potions with us?
I've already added them to Neffy's inventory.
Bless.
Alrighty. I'll tag River.
At this juncture, you more or less have cleaned out this floor. Shall I return you to the center?
Yeah.
Yes, please. And no mimics were lost.
I'm going
Or
to put you
found.
here for ease of movement. Just put you at dead center here. So, you have 3 doors left in this mansion.
3 door. So we had the second floor is good. This one's good as well, and now we have 3 doors down to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna follow
Do
the boy.
those 2 doors also include the pantry and the dining room?
They do not. It's the ones at the end of the hall.
Well, might as well go in consecutive order.
Alright.
Ooh, pardon.
Alright. As you enter into this room, it is covered in scorch marks. The entire floor is stained black with the sign of combat, as well as the mannequin that is currently occupied here. There is movement in this room, however, as an animated broom is currently sweeping up everything inside, and a cat is kind of lazing about on the wall. It looks its head up at all of you. It just looks its head back down.
I'm surprised the cat's not batting at the broom.
I've honestly been wanting to engage with these cats, because, like, some part of me feels like one of these cats might just be some poor wizard who got turned into something.
I mean,
Wait.
you can try.
There have only been 2 cats, right?
Mm-hmm.
There have been several cats. The
Okay.
exact number, you're not sure.
Alright, because freaking Zai just made my conspiracy brain go fucking crazy of like, wait, did they get turned into cats by the other dude? Oh god.
I mean, it's technically possible. Are we going in? Or have we seen all we wish to see? Oh.
May as well. Looking for them books. Well, book in this case.
Actually gonna interact with the cat for a change.
Okay. It will eye you cautiously as you approach.
We'll give it space, but slowly kneel down and put out a hand, not to touch it, but to see if it wants to be touched.
It bats at it.
Alright. Understood. We'll roll a good berry toward it, and then walk away.
Okay. You do notice that along the wall is a collection of weaponry. Specifically, daggers, quarterstaffs, and darts.
Ooh. CG, why? What condition are these weapons in?
They are finely made. There's also a diagram on the wall showing proper defense techniques for staves and daggers.
Uh, Not me trying to determine if those count as simple or finesse weapons for the staves. But those daggers, though.
They do. Above game, they do. These are all simple weapons that wizards can use.
Just going to take things if no one else wants them for us to look at later, but
Just
it
kidding.
adds to the inventory.
Just getting shoved into the cloak of holding.
Basically.
Go ahead and add 4 daggers, 4 quarterstaffs, and 20 darts.
Sheesh.
Alright, 20 darts, 4 daggers, and you said 4 quarterstaffs?
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Gonna sell some shit. Anyway.
You feel a bump.
Looks around for the source of the bump.
The broom has bumped into you. It's trying to get to the dust underneath your feet.
Oh, pardon me. Moves out of the way.
Continues to dust in your spot.
Perhaps we should leave this to its duties.
I agree.
No sign of a book.
No sign of a book. Cat moves back to the window and begins quote-unquote sunbathing.
Jealous.
Alright. Neffy is going to take a point on this. He's going to open up this last door. And hey, it's a balcony.
Mhm.
Oh, look, there's a window.
Well, that'll let us see into the other room, maybe. Huh.
Yep. Jill's already there.
Jill, you can see a pretty substantial bookcase.
Before heading in, is there anything that's kind of like standing out that would be, I don't know what the word for it is, but mimic-like?
You would have no way of telling.
Yeah, I figured. Okay.
Does it look like
This-
that window opens from the inside or the outside?
Inside.
Good question. Damn.
Ah, shit. Never mind.
Well, he's in there.
Thalros, advance.
As
Quickly just
you're sitting there
run.
and looking in the window, thinking about how to get in there, Tharos just walks by.
Yeah.
Yep.
He just
Yep.
just makes eye contact.
sees
Fucking-
sees Thalros in there and goes, right, Bell, and then just moves back in.
You joke, but I have a bell, too.
You find yourself amidst 2 shelves of bookcases, as well as a couple on the back end. Seem to be similar to the ones in the study from before. Definitely handmade as opposed to like a collection accumulated.
We'll do an investigates of the one on the left.
Okay.
I'd like to investigate the one over here towards the wall, if this is a bookcase.
Yep. Investigation checks.
12.
9.
Yeah, what the hell? I'll look at this one, the ones up here. 1.
I'll go ahead and roll for Neffy.
Please, Neffy, save us.
$13. That's good because 13 was what you would need for this last bit. So Cam, you're able to locate the last book, the 7th book.
Mm-hmm.
Big ol' R on it. The rest of you keep going through the other books, and Thalros, you grab one book, and it begins to move and shake. And then you realize that it's actually just your hand shaking the book, and you put it back. Neffy, however, Neffy comes across a nice little item. A jeweled letter opener.
Ooh, fancy.
Go ahead and add that to the inventory as well.
That's fancy.
But more importantly, you guys have found the last book.
Yeah, but
You
what
have
the,
all
what's
of
the
the
word?
items. They're all of the letters.
Okay.
They are for everyone, and so everyone remembers, including chat. E Y T L I B R. With all the books in your minds, you all return to the front entrance.
If Scepter was the way in... I am not good at anagrams. Let's see here.
I'll give you all about 5 minutes, and then if we're still having trouble, we can ask for hints.
Okay. I guess just to start, is it assumed that that whatever this exit word is probably in common?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
T... I'm just thinking of words that are like related to like magic or something like that, especially since scepter was the word to get in. Or like some form of object.
So, I like anagrams, but what I'm trying to currently figure out is whether it is one word, just one exit word,
It is one.
or okay, cool.
So you are looking for one 7-letter word. And I don't mind sharing that one because the books earlier told you so.
Gotcha. Okay.
I've been playing too much fucking Helldivers. I'm
Oh.
looking at this letter and a word's popping out at me, but I don't think it's right.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
What's the word?
Litybre. The most
Wouldn't be
common word
liberty.
in Helldivers 2. Liberty.
Liberty.
As you speak the word aloud, the door opens. It was a word meant to evoke freedom.
Ah.
As you do, a strange sight actually happens. You've been palling around in here for about an hour, more than that, perhaps an hour and a half. What you happens to return you is to place where you began, and you see Matreus as he falls to the ground, dead, and currently nibbling on his foot. The mimic.
Ah.
Well,
Bob was
shit.
right.
Holy shit. That was a fucking stab in the dark. What the fuck?
Let's get to...
I'm sorry. Was the scepter the mimic?
We have some initiative roll, guys.
Yeah.
Or we already rolled it, but we have some combat. As the mimic, still hungry, sees its meal interrupted, and it turns to all of you.
Uh-oh.
Cam, you're up.
Oh, I've got a fucking harebrained scheme.
Well, shit. Okay. Going to try this out. I still have some good berries left.
Uh-huh.
So, I'm going to first... Gotta move the turn order thing out of the way. Gonna first move 5, 10, 15? Yeah, let's move here. And I'm gonna toss a good berry in, let's see, show me my ruler so I can show it to them. I'm gonna toss a good berry in this direction, with it hopefully landing right there.
Uh-huh.
I just want to see if it'll eat it.
Okay. That's close enough, so no need for a check. You just yeet the berry, and I'm going to mark it right in that spot.
And I guess tossing that counts as an action, right?
I would count it as fast hands.
Oh, okay. So then, can I hold an action
Yes.
to, like, dodge? Just in
Yes.
case? Cool, I'll do that.
Okay. Action to dodge. Is that your turn?
Yes.
All right. The mimic, seeing more food, is going to ignore that weird thing that just was thrown at it and make its way on over towards the food.
Alright,
It-
guess it does not like that food.
I will use my reaction. It needs to make a con save.
Why?
Because of Halo Spores.
That has gone away a long time ago.
Yeah.
So Halo Spores is separate from Symbiotic Entity. Symbiotic Entity only adds damage to it.
Ah, I understand now. Okay. Con save.
Yeah. It's a 14 con save.
It fails. Give me damage.
Okay. 1d4. That is 2 necrotic.
Damage is damage. And so is this attack, currently aimed at Cam. Well, that disadvantage is saving you, maybe. Disadvantage is not saving you, I'm sorry to say. That is a 15 and a 14 on the die.
That was to attack me, right?
Yep.
So then...
That is that was a 15 and 14 on the dice.
Oh, got you. Yeah,
The 14, so that is a 19 to hit you.
got you. So then, yes, that will hit for certain.
Alright.
Unless that dodge does anything, but that was to hit, right?
That was to hit. This is the damage upcoming.
Gotcha.
As it's going to bite you.
Oof.
So let's go for 8 piercing plus 3 acid for a total of 11.
Gotcha. All right.
That's its turn, as it has found something tasty to nibble on. Well, something else, anyways. Jell, you're up.
Using my last wild shape of the day, and I am turning on. I am speaking druidic words to get my symbiotic entity back up, and I will bonus action use healing word on Cam.
Thank you.
You heal 9 hit points.
Bless.
And then 5, 10, 15. I'm gonna move 20 feet this way to where I could possibly flank with somebody.
Understood. Thalros, you're up.
Thalros is going to walk over into a flanking position. He's going to then... Let me check something. Okay, so strength, speech of beast and leaf would not work. You know what? To hell with it. I want to see what it really looks like. I cast Moonbeam.
Okay. So Moonbeam is a 5-foot radius. That basically means it is a 10-foot cube.
I will put it on myself if I have to.
All right. Do you want to move yourself so that you are not part of it?
Sure, that seems like a good idea. I'm moving over here, then I'm going to shift this, and then I'm going to put it centered right there.
All right. Please add that for me while I roll a con save.
Add it?
Well, I meant the... You know what? I'll take care of that. I was going to add
the box.
the box. So... Unfortunately... Let me see. Does it have disadvantage if it is a shape changer?
When it appears on a failed save, the creature takes 2d10 radiant damage, and if the creature is shapeshifted as a result of the polymorph spell, for example, it reverts to its true form and can't shapeshift until it's in them. On a successful save, I don't see anything about it having disadvantage. So it probably makes it, and it's going to take 9 radiant damage.
That is going to be a 21, so it will take the 9 radiant damage.
I will then bonus action to activate my starry form.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to activate the archer, and I am going to take a starry shot at it.
All right, disadvantage.
There, 13 to hit.
Even with the close range, that is enough to hit the mimic.
7 radiant damage.
Hey, do you guys know, as we're fighting this mimic, do you guys know that this was meant to be the level 1 encounter rather than level 3? Fun, isn't it? But yes, 7 damage. As you light this mimic up like a Christmas tree, it doesn't have a head, but it turns its tongue in your direction Are you done?
Yep, that's it for me. I end my turn.
All right. It's now Neffy's turn. Neffy, I'm going to keep it very simple. Neffy is going to put Neffy's sheet away. Second verse, same as the first. Witch Bolt. So we'll use Firebolt in lieu. So that's a 14 to hit. That will hit. 2d12. 13, not too bad. As 13 lightning shocks into this mimic. Neffy is gonna stay there. Cam, you're up.
Alright then. Not taking too kindly to getting nommed in that fashion. Going to take out the daggers, one in each hand, and go for a swipe with the first one.
All right.
Boo.
Unfortunately, a 9 will not hit.
Kind of curses under their breath. We'll go for an offhand with the other one.
Okay, bonus action offhand.
Yeah. And then I just rolled the straight
Well, roll the hit
dice
first.
for that, right? Gotcha. 16.
A 16 will hit. What is your dex mod?
It is a 3.
Okay, so roll your sneak attack and add 3 to it, and that's what he's going to take.
Okay. 2d6, and then add 3. So that 2d6, that's 5 plus 3, so 8 damage.
Okay, 8 damage. As you all, he was, as an ambush predator, groups are not his forte, but this mimic was really hungry and was not expecting 4 people to just show up as he got a meal. He's still up, but he's not looking good.
Will essentially hold ground.
Okay. He's gonna go, as it is his turn. He's going to attempt to nom down on the meal that he has in his jaws. So coming after Cam again.
At the start of his turn, I would like a con save, CG.
All right, con save. So that will be a 16 hit Cam, but the con save says 14.
That passes.
Okay,
And the 16 will hit.
16 will hit. This guy can't roll damage to save his life. So that's 4 piercing plus 3 acid, so 7 total.
Okay.
Yeah, you are making out like a bandit on these damage rolls, I'll tell you that much.
I believe it. I technically shouldn't even be in that spot, but you know what? Here we are.
Gel, you're up.
Hey, CG.
Yes.
You forgot a little something, my friend.
Ah.
He ended his turn in my moonbeam.
Yeah. Well, he's going to pass. So roll me damage from Moonbeam, and he'll take half.
Okay, 4 damage.
So, as this mimic is ferally holding on to, like, Cam's calf or at the moment, just trying to eat through it. Cam, it is not feeling good as it's currently dissolving parts of your skin. And those teeth don't help either. But it is hanging on for dear life. Gel.
On the bright side, that means it won't bite anyone else.
Perhaps.
Okay. So, I know this spell has never did well with me in the past. But, so first things first, how Gel's going to move to the position right here with Thalros.
Mm-hmm.
And I am going to they're going to put the staff up towards like their mouth and utter an incantation, and they're going to cast blindness on this thing.
Blindness, deafness. Okay, con save. This dude has the best saves I have ever seen in my life. That's a that is a 17.
That passes.
right.
Bonus action dagger to the face.
Bonus action dagger.
Fuck off. 8.
Advantage.
Oh, right, because... Right. Roll 20, why are you fucking doing this to me on the fucking Thursday too now, buddy? Okay, that's 11.
Unfortunately, that will not hit.
Cool. That's all I got.
Valros.
Okay, so, Valros. Now, if I were to say use a magic action to move the moonbeam off of said lad, could I move it right back onto the said lad?
That would require another movement.
Fair. I'ma club this boy with
Club him.
I'ma club him, and I'm gonna use my quarterstaff two-handed.
Okay.
24 to hit.
That will hit.
I mean, since it's quarterstaff two-handed is a D8, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
This is going to be +4. That is 12 points of bludgeoning damage as I bring down a non-magical shillelagh onto its head.
There is a solid crunch as there's now an indentation into this mimic's form. It is still up. That really looked like it hurt, though.
Mm-hmm. And I will use my bonus action to fire a starry shot.
Okay.
With disadvantage. 16.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, you want to know something funny?
What's that?
Hi, baby.
It was a nat 20 because you have flanking.
Fair. Then, 16 radiant.
As your shot rings out, overwhelmed by the radiance it is encompassing, Cam, you feel a burning sensation different from the acid that you were taking. Instead, you feel as the body and the teeth become ash around your calf as it is disintegrated with the radiant damage and perishes. Good job,
Lucy,
guys.
Son of a bitch.
Good job, guys.
Hey.
And with the mimic slain, everyone has made their way out of Fistandia's manor. And that brings us to the end of the Joys of Extradimensional Spaces. You have escaped. Unfortunate for your scribe guide, but everyone made it out. Congrats on beating the module.
Woo.
One little thing, it doesn't have any kind of real effect on the game, but for the record, our dear boy Thalros, he's going to open up the book to where Jill found the command word, and he's going to scribble out the command word.
All right. Killing those cats. We love it.
No, baby.
They have a kitchen with food. They'll be fine.
How much food?
Perpetual food because it's Magnificent Mansion.
I was gonna say, I mean, they should have a decent amount. They were already there several decades before we got there.
But
Yeah. Speaking of cats, mine's being a fucking needy little gremlin. Get over here.
alrighty then. So, it is a little bit late, which is why I'm kind of rushing us. But good job. Why don't we go start around the horn with our resident angry oaf, Valros.
You're starting off with me?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Greetings and salutations.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm the host, my man.
Right, I forgot. We go with you last. Alright, you know what? I got a better idea. Uh, hey, hey Joe,
Hmm.
would you mind shilling River and then yourself?
Sure. Give me a second. Yeah. You can go ahead and find the you can go ahead and find River at Wicked River 97 on Twitch as well as social media, I think. I don't know. I I I'm not on social media myself, so I don't know. Anyway, but they are planning on making their return to Twitch, so please go ahead and give them a follow if you can. They are a magnificent bean. As well as you can go ahead and find me tomorrow on the DigiGuard United Twitch channel for their Tamer Battle League for the Digimon trading card game. I will be commentating with my boy Leppy as we watch a bunch of people do a bunch of horrific things with cards, and we go, what is wrong with this deck? It is so broken. As well as on Sundays on twitch.tv/fartingtart at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, where I play Corvin Alakia, the Eldrin Elven Bard, and, well, quite frankly, we had to defuse a very weird situation, and unfortunately, our dear Flit got lit up like a Christmas tree. That's going to be fun to deal with.
I look forward to the return volley.
Yes, I know. She has receipts. Uh, Also, if you are in the maelstrom, be on the lookout for Howler. He's pissed. Which says a lot. Yeah, Zai.
Why, hello there. I'm Zyme. You can find me on Twitch at ZymeSite and Instagram ZymeSite and pretty much everywhere else at Zyme, Blue Sky, YouTube, all that jazz. Um, yeah, I've been playing some Final Fantasy X, trying to beat uh all the Dark Aeons and then ultimately Penance. I thought I would domesticate a mutt yesterday. That did not go well. Um, Fridays, I've been playing fighting games and beat 'em ups. This Friday, I will be picking TMNT Splintered Fate back up, which has been a fun roguelike beat 'em up. And next week, we get to play some Virtua Fighter 5 Revo, and I am very much much wow about that. But before we get to next week, there is Saved by the Spell this Saturday, returning after its winter Festivus hiatus. Uh, yeah, we're in danger. Um,
It's freaking Strixhaven. Y'all are always in danger.
yeah, and that's gonna
Mostly
be
from
over
Nyla.
on Burnout Vaughn's channel, starting around 6:30 p.m. Eastern. I think I remembered everything, which means Ceegee, I think it's you and then Bobert.
Correct. Hello, I'm CG. You can find me nowhere. Don't care for social media. You can find me on, as previously mentioned, Strixhaven. Looking forward to that this upcoming Saturday. Looking forward to Tart's game on Sundays. Also already mentioned. You can also find me on Tart's channel every other Tuesday for uh Rascals and Ravnica, where we're in a fucking tense ass standoff. But you might be interested to know that while this was the end of this module, it is not the end of Candlekeep Mysteries. On the topic of one farting tart, we will be hopping over next Thursday. Just double checking. Next Thursday, uh, the 31st. Wait, Thursday?
It's
Yeah,
Friday.
It is no, it is a Friday. It is a Friday. Um, I'm gonna double check on that real quick.
yeah. Mass
Yes,
Fourth
it is
is
a Friday.
31st.
Yes. Just had to double check. Next Friday, uh, head on over to Farting Tart's stream for the next module, Mazfrost's Mighty Discretions. Same time, ballpark, anyways. So feel free to swing on over if you're interested. You might see a familiar face or two. But
Hi.
that's it for me. Well, I wasn't going to spoil it. That's it for me. How about you, our wonderful host, Shadowdancerbob?
Well, greetings and salutations, friends. I am Shadowdancerbob. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Blue Sky, so on and so forth at Shadowdancerbob. I have played a Thalros Star Whisper, the goodest boy druid, which went through some things today, but nonetheless. I've got a lot of stuff going on. You all saw me here tonight. Tomorrow, I'm hopefully going to be doing some streaming. Saturday we've got Saturday we've got Saved by the Spell, which is a very interesting scenario given that we're in the black market, the blackest of markets, it face to face with a procession from the country of Thay. A bunch of red wizards of Thay. Good luck, everybody that's at the other end of the party. I dealt with the assassin, you deal with the red wizards. But that being said, Sunday likely we're going to be having Maelstrom. I'm going to be doing a lot more streaming going on, given that some of my schedule has lightened up as of late. It also means I'm going to be doing more in the Maelstrom itself. But that's about it for me. The next time that you will see me in terms of Candlekeep is, as far as I'm aware, March 15th, with the show that everybody fears, Shimshine.
Fears and expecting, anticipating, same thing.
Ominous crackle of lightning.
I know, right? I love that Shimshine is a meme in this group. But that's about it for me. The question is, what are we going to do? Where are we going to go? Who are we going to raid? Is there somebody... do we have a good bean that is streaming?
I got a brawl. I got a brawl, fringe, or Connor, or a Tabasco sauce.
I do see that. I see 4. Let me see. Then let us... You know how we do? The only fair way is chaos.
Hail Team Chaos.
3. Who is 3 on my list? Ah, looks like we're going to pay a visit to the fringes.
Ooh.
For those that are unaware, Fringe Type, our dear friend Fringe Type, is none other than Hey Mr. Rabbit, who went through and rebranded himself as of late.
Oh snap! Awesome.
So if you see Fringe Type and you don't know who he is or where he came from or what's going on, it's Rabbit.
Rabbit.
But y'all have yourselves a good one, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Later.
Bye-bye.